Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to share with you our whole Shopify SEO playbook, from technical SEO to on-page SEO or content to off-page SEO or backlinks. I'm going to share with you everything, every single step of the process that my agency takes to help our clients scale their revenue with SEO. The same steps, the same process we use to help get results like this. $1,000 to over $370,000 in monthly revenue with SEO for this beauty brand. And the same process we use to help this home improvement brand scale SEO revenue from 0 to over 140K in monthly revenue, right? And I will also be sharing, how we get quick wins like this, how we doubled organic traffic in just 3 months for this outdoors brand, how we, 7x traffic in 3 months for this kids hygiene brand, right? And just basically how we get results like this consistently, right? As you can see here. And just to show you that this is something that still works today, these are our most recent results. This is updated September 11, 2024. So you can see how this is still working. So yeah, if you don't know who I am a Shopify SEO expert. I've been in the SEO industry for over 6 years now. I worked on over 200 projects, and as you've seen in the case studies below, I've helped scale some of them to over 7 figures in annual revenue. Okay, so this video is going to be quite long. It's going to be over 4 hours, but it's going to be jam-packed with value. So get comfortable, save the video or download this video if you can, so you can just look back at it whenever you need to, because this video is all you really need to scale your Shopify store's revenue with SEO. Hi guys, it's Mika Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to go over our training for technical SEO for Shopify. If you don't know who I am the co-founder of 607 Media, a Shopify SEO agency. I've been in the SEO space for over 6 years now, and I am a Shopify SEO expert, right? And I just realized that I'm wearing a Chiang Mai SEO conference t-shirt. Shout out to Matt Diggity. The Chiang Mai SEO conference is the best SEO conference. So if you're looking to go to one, I recommend going to that. Anyway, what is technical SEO? Technical SEO involves optimizing your website's technical elements to improve how search engines like Google crawl, understand, and index your site. And the idea is that if you can streamline these processes, or you make it easier for search engines to do these things, the better your chances of ranking, right? And technical SEO is often overlooked, especially on Shopify, because many assume that Shopify has it taken care of. And for the most part, Shopify does provide a good foundation, but to fully unlock your site's ranking potential, further technical optimizations are needed, usually in the form of sorting out automatically generated pages, refining Shopify's default URL structure, and implementing structured data, amongst other things, right? Technical SEO is important because it is the foundation of any SEO campaign, right? It is the critical first step in the 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator playbook, which is basically our playbook at 607 Media. And if you skip this step, it doesn't matter how good your content or backlink profile is. It doesn't matter how many resources you invest into quality content or quality backlinks, because without a strong foundation, your strategy basically stands on shaky ground like this. Okay, so you might be wondering though, how does technical SEO actually improve rankings? What's the mechanism behind that, right? And the idea is basically Google is a business, and as a business, they're trying to maximize efficiency, and that includes how it crawls and indexes websites on the internet, right? And then this efficiency is measured in terms of what we call the cost of retrieval, which is, the resources Google expends to crawl the millions of websites online. And, the idea behind technical SEO is that if you optimize your technical SEO, you effectively lower the cost of retrieval for Google, giving you better chances of ranking, right? Okay, so I guess now you're wondering, how do you, optimize your website or Shopify store for technical SEO then, right? So at 607 Media, we have a 3-step process. So number one, we manually look through your Shopify store for common technical SEO issues. Number two, we use a tool like Sitebulb to crawl the website for any issues that you couldn't find manually. And number three, we check Google Search Console just because it's a good way to see what Google's actually seeing and indexing on your site, what errors it's actually finding itself, right? So let's break each of these steps down, okay? So number one, common technical SEO issues on Shopify and how to fix them. So the first thing is Shopify product page URLs. So by default, Shopify's product page URL structure is not SEO friendly. Typically, a product page URL looks like this: /products /name of product. However, when you access the product from a collection page, the URL changes to collections, name of category, products, name of product. And you can see that when you open any product from a collection page in your store. So I'm going to show you an example of how that looks like on an actual store, right? So we're here on righteousfelon.com. If you look at their OG Hickory Beef Jerky product page, if we go to that product page from the Healthy Beef Jerky collection page, and if we go to the same product from the Jerky collection page, they end up with different product page links, right? This one has Healthy Beef Jerky in it, and this one has jerky in it, right? So you can see, how that can be a problem in terms of SEO. Like you might not see, like you might think that it's helpful or useful for the user, but the problem with this is that, even if the URL changes, there's a piece of code called a canonical tag that tells search engines that the primary page is still the original /products /name of product URL. And you can see that here, right? Like this is the URL you see, but if I look at the source of this page and I look for the canonical, you can see the canonical tag is still pointing to the original product page URL. So this isn't actually the original product page URL, and the original product page URL is actually this without the collection name, right? And this can lead to search engines potentially indexing the same product under multiple URLs, inefficiently using your site's crawl budget, right? And your crawl budget is the limited capacity search engines allocate to crawling your website, right? So you can see how that can become problematic in terms of SEO, right? So our proposed solution is to, change your theme files so all product links go directly to the primary product page URL. So instead of having these links, we skip this and skip the canonical tag and go straight to the original primary product page URL. Okay, so how would we do this? So to fix Shopify product page URLs, you just have to go to your Shopify dashboard, online store, edit code, go to snippets, and then you look for the product grid item liquid. And depending on the theme you're using, this could be different, right? So like I created a new store for this training. And if I go to snippets, the grid item, like you can actually just search for grid. It's usually that. See, it's main collection product grid.liquid. So depending on your theme, you might have a different file name, but it usually has the word grid on it. And then what you want to do is you find the part that says within collection and remove that part. That'll basically remove this part of the URL, and then you'll just end up with the original product page URL on your product grid, right? And then you want to save changes, of course. A key thing to remember here is that you want to double check to make sure that you're removing this text from all instances, right? Because like different themes, different sites, different stores have different setups, right? So you want to make sure that you're removing it from all instances, okay? What I noticed also is that some newer themes actually have this automatically removed already. So don't worry about that if you can't find the within collection in your product grid, okay? So next, breadcrumbs. In the last section, we talked about fixing our product page URLs. But doing this can mess up your breadcrumbs because, and the breadcrumbs, by the way, are these small links at usually the top left of your website. This is an example on Best Buy, okay? And they're very useful for navigation, especially on collection and product pages. The problem with this is that Shopify creates breadcrumbs based on the URL you came from. And if we're implementing this fix for our product page URLs, it destroys or it breaks the breadcrumbs. So our proposed solution is to manually set up breadcrumbs for each product and collection. You can do this by using a meta field. A meta field is like a custom piece of information you can add to your products and collections. So I'm going to show you a quick example of what a meta field might look like, right? So you can go to content, meta objects, and then there's actually a button here, manage definitions. And then you can, click products and you can add a definition here. And you would make like a breadcrumb meta field. And I usually make this global. And then you can select type. I don't recommend using the collection type. I think it can create issues. I think it's best to use a URL and then just type the URL of the collection on your product page. So that's how you would use a breadcrumb meta field. Okay. Create the meta field and then, store the collection name in this meta field, like I mentioned earlier. And then you want to modify your breadcrumb section in the theme using this meta field. So you can add a link like this. Okay. That way your breadcrumbs are working again and you have even more control over them because you can just manually change what the breadcrumb is depending on what you want. Okay. And, again, when you're editing code like this, it can be tricky if you have no experience as a developer. But if you need help setting this up, you can always ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT can, really makes this process super easy. So if you get stuck with any issues or you don't know where to put the code, things like that, you can always ask ChatGPT. Okay. Next, indexed product and blog tags. So on Shopify, tags are used for both products and blogs. These tags help users filter items or posts, which is a standard feature in many online stores and blogs. So here are examples of product tags. Like here on this site, examples of product tags include normal, combination, dry, oily. So they're referring to skin types, I'm assuming. And each of these tags create individual pages, auto-generated pages made by Shopify. And you might assume this is good for SEO because what if someone's searching for moisturizer for dry skin, right? It would be nice to have a page for moisturizer for dry skin. The problem with this is that Shopify's tag system has limitations. Tags with spaces actually get converted into URL like this, and URLs like this are automatically blocked in Shopify's default setup. So, auto-generated tag pages can't have unique SEO elements like custom H1s, meta descriptions, or titles. This leads to many duplicate pages, which isn't great for SEO. And the same with blog tags. Blog tags create separate pages for each tag without allowing customization. This results in a lot of pages with thin content under URLs like this below. This is the same example from, an example from Righteous Felon, the same site we were referring to earlier. So you can see how problematic this is. If you're a site with thousands of blog posts or thousands of products, you'll end up with a lot of duplicate, thin, low-value pages being crawled and indexed by search engines like Google. So how would you index product and blog tags? So for both product and blog tags, the solution is just to adjust your Shopify settings. You should set these tag pages to no index follow to prevent search engines from indexing them while still allowing link following for SEO purposes. So all you need to do is add this code snippet to your theme.liquid file. If you don't know where to put it, what you can do is you can copy paste your theme.liquid file on ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, okay, where should I put this piece of code? okay? And by doing this, you avoid creating low-value pages that can hurt your SEO. And if certain tags are important, like if you really wanted a dedicated collection page for moisturizers for dry skin, then just create the dedicated collection pages for them instead, right? Don't rely on the tags. Creating a dedicated page for these collections give you more control over the SEO elements, the H1, the URL, the title tag, and allows you to create more high value content for your visitors. Next, auto-generated collection pages. Shopify also automatically generates pages that can lead to SEO issues due to their thin content. Pages like vendor pages, product type pages, and other default pages like collection lists, right? So vendor and product type collections, they typically look like this for vendors and like this for product types. Again, you don't add any SEO value, so you wanna set them to no index follow in your theme.liquid file with code snippets like this. So this code snippet for the vendor pages and this code snippet for the product type pages. And then there are even more pages like the collections pages, like all collections, the all products pages, and the new products pages. These are also low value pages and serve no SEO purpose. Again, you aren't targeting any keywords with these pages, so it's better to no index follow them using this code snippet below. Don't forget to change this portion to your actual website. And if you find any issues, again, it's safe to just ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT can help you out. And yeah, another really important thing actually is a robots.txt. Custom robots.txt gives you more control over how search engines crawl your website. A good robots.txt can block the crawling of all the auto-generated low-value thin duplicate pages we mentioned earlier. To check your current robots.txt file, you can visit this link. Just replace this with your actual website, right? And to customize your robots.txt file, you can just go to we can do this together. We can go to our Shopify theme. Get out of here. You can go to our Shopify theme. You can go to edit code. And then you want to look for the snippet section. And you want to add, not the snippet section, the template section. And you want to add a new template. And then you can select the template type. You can select the robots.txt template. And then there you go. You have a new custom robots.txt, right? And what you want to do is you want to modify your robots.txt. This is how we do it. We basically add rules to prevent the crawling of those low value pages we mentioned earlier, right? So this is typically what we use. A word of caution though, be careful when you apply these changes, because again, if you don't make the changes we mentioned earlier, especially with the product page URLs, this will end up creating crawling issues for you, right? And then, just be very careful with this piece of code. This blocks all products collection. This blocks the vendor types, the vendor pages we mentioned earlier, the product types. It blocks all the tag pages, the product tag pages and the blog tag pages. And so you can see how setting up a custom robots.txt file can be very beneficial in terms of SEO. But again, I want you to proceed with caution and you understand exactly what's going on with these rules so you don't create any crawling issues on your website. Okay. Next, one thing that's also important to do is simplifying product variants. If you have a lot of products in your Shopify store, you need to manage product variants to avoid creating too many duplicate pages. For example, if you're listing each color variant of a sock as a separate product, like cotton sock green or cotton sock black, you might end up with a lot of duplicate pages because, again, what's the difference between a green cotton sock and a black cotton sock? It's just the color. So the product description should be the same. Everything else is the same. The information is the same. The only difference could be like the H1 title URL and then I guess the color of the sock, right? And this is problematic if each variant doesn't have significant search volume because they're essentially just duplicate pages, right? And so there are two ways we handle this. Number one, we merge variants into a single product, right? So if color or size differences aren't the main focus, and these, color and sizes don't have any significant search volume, you can actually merge these variants into one product listing. In Shopify, you can set variant options for one product. So you just have one product, and then the different colors are the different variants of that one product. This keeps your site clean and avoids creating any unnecessary duplicate pages. Number two, if you really want to create a separate page for the different colors or the different sizes, you can use canonical tags. Again, as we mentioned earlier in this video, a canonical tag tells search engines which version of the page is the primary one to index. You can set a canonical tag for each variant to the main or primary product page. This way, you can have multiple pages, multiple different product pages, but guide the search engines to index only the main one. And to set this up, again, you just need to use a custom meta field for your products. And then you can edit this in your Shopify admin area. So for example, let's do this on our store, our sample store. You can go to this URL right here. And then, let's let that load for a bit. You can actually put your canonicals right here, right? So you can actually do it for multiple products at the same time. You would put the URL for product 1 here. You can put the URL for product 1 here. And now you have canonicals on product 2 and product 3, pointing to product 1, signaling to the search engine that product 1 is the main product page, and that's the one we want you to crawl and index and actually rank, right? Okay. And you can also update your theme.liquid file using this meta field. Yep. You just copy paste this. Again, if you're not a developer, you don't know where to put this, you can always ask ChatGPT. And by either merging variants or using canonical tags, you avoid indexing a ton of unnecessary duplicate pages and improve your Shopify store's SEO. Next, 301, redirecting deleted products. Okay, so redirecting deleted products is essential to maintaining your store's SEO. When you remove a product from your store, instead of letting customers land on a 404 error, it's actually better to redirect them to a related page. Not only does this improve user experience, but also helps with SEO, because now the search engine is not crawling a 404 page. It's still going through that 404 page now, but it's now being redirected to a relevant product or collection page. And doing this also preserves your link equity. If that page if that page was deleted and it had some backlinks on it, you want to keep that link equity by redirecting it to a new product or collection page. To set up redirects on Shopify, you just need to go to your admin dashboard, go to online store. I think we can go here, online store, navigation, and then view URL redirects, and then you can just add a redirect here, right? And what you want to do is you basically want to redirect from the old URL, which is the deleted product, to the new URL, which is either a new product or a relevant collection page, and then just save redirect. And doing this ensures your visitors and search engines are guided to the relevant content instead of hitting dead ends. And again, you end up preserving your link equity if any of these pages have backlinks. Okay. Another thing you want to do is remove pages from Shopify sitemaps. The thing with Shopify is that on other content management systems like WordPress, when you set a page to canonical or no index, it usually automatically excludes them from the sitemap. But on Shopify, you need to do it manually. But it's actually pretty easy to do this, to manually exclude pages from a sitemap. Shopify has a hidden SEO meta field. You can access and edit this field through this link. This is actually the same link as earlier. You just need to change your store here to your actual domain, and then that's here. That's this box right here. When you hit true, basically it removes that URL from the sitemap. Okay, and again, be very careful. Ticking SEO hidden automatically sets the page to no index, no follow. It's not ideal if you just intended to canonicalize that page. So to bypass that, you want to edit your theme.liquid file. You want to look for this section and then replace it with this code snippet, right? This allows you to remove pages from the sitemap without the unwanted side effect of setting them to no index, no follow. Okay. Next, structured data. This is actually a very important section. Structured data is a method used to communicate the context of your content to search engines more effectively. It enhances the way search engines interpret and present your content on the search engine results page, or the SERP. If you didn't have any structured data, your placement wouldn't show the price, the star ratings, whether you have any free delivery offers, or what your return policy is. So yes, very important to have product structured data. And most Shopify themes come with basic product schema already integrated. However, you should always double check to make sure that it's working properly and that you're including all the key properties that you should have, right? Like here's some of the key properties that we want to include. Next, article structured data. So for blog posts, article structured data is used. Again, it's likely set up by default on your theme, but you should always double check. These are the key properties we recommend you include. And then, breadcrumb list structured data is also really helpful. It outlines your site's breadcrumb navigation and basically gives search engines an idea of what your website hierarchy looks like. And this is an example structured data or schema of the Best Buy example we showed earlier, right? So it's the home page, cell phones, iPhone, all iPhone. And to implement this, you just need to check your theme's breadcrumbs.liquid. You can find it under snippets when you edit the code of your Shopify theme. Again, if you need any help implementing this, it's always safe to ask ChatGPT. And if you're still confused, you should contact an actual Shopify developer. Properly implementing structured data not only improves your SEO, but also enables these rich snippets, right? So you want to have structured data on your website. Okay, so now that we've tackled the common technical SEO issues on Shopify, there are going to still be remaining issues that may not be immediately apparent from looking through your Shopify store. And to uncover them, we crawl the store using a tool called Sitebulb. What Sitebulb does is it crawls every URL or page on your site and identifies certain technical SEO issues like missing title tags, alt tags, crawl errors, 404 pages, etc. So it just basically takes care of the remaining issues, right? Okay. So this is how we start a crawl with Sitebulb. You just initiate a new project, enter your details. I recommend using the Chrome crawler because it can render JavaScript content, and then use a mobile device because search engines use mobile first indexing these days. Then you want to configure your crawl settings. Like you might want to turn on structured data to check if your structured data is working, okay? And then you just have to wait for your crawl to complete. It may take some time. If you have a large store, if you have a small store, it'll be really quick. And then you want to review the crawl results. So once the crawl is complete, you'll basically be redirected to a page like this, showing your site's overall health. And then it'll outline a bunch of hints or issues, technical SEO issues that exist on your site, and they'll be sorted as critical, high, medium, etc. And these are the types of issues that are commonly detected in this by Sitebulb. Crawl errors, broken links, orphan pages, schema errors, broken images, indexing issues, duplicate content, missing title tags, meta descriptions, and alt tags. The goal here is to fix the critical and high importance issues first, then work through the rest. Addressing each of these issues will improve your Shopify store's SEO performance. So definitely do a Sitebulb crawl. And the last thing is really resolving SEO issues on Google Search Console. So Google Search Console is a tool for monitoring and improving your website's visibility in search engines. So identifying issues with GSE. So the first thing we always do when we log into Google Search Console is to check the page indexing session. Here you'll find insights into any crawling or indexing issues your site might be facing, such as 404 errors, page marked as crawled, currently not indexed, those blocked by robots.txt, etc. What you want to do here is you want to make sure, that you review the list of 404 errors, and then, if pages aren't supposed to be there, use 301 redirects to the appropriate URLs to recover any lost traffic and preserve link equity. You also want to evaluate no index pages and just verify to make sure that if pages are marked no index, you did this intentionally. Because if they really shouldn't be indexed, you want to remove them from the sitemap. And if you intended to index them, then definitely there's something wrong there, right? Because they're marked no index and you need to remove that no index on them. And the last thing is really checking structured data issues. Again, you want to have structured data. It allows you to get those rich snippets on the SERP, and you can check that on the shopping and enhancements section. If you find any structured data issues, sometimes it's just like a minor coding error, like a missing comma. And so it's actually very easy to correct these issues if you find them. So each Shopify store will face its own unique set of issues. Resolving all of these issues is really key to enhancing your store's search engine presence. Again, the easier you make it for search engines to crawl and understand the content on your website, the higher your chances of ranking. Okay. And that's everything you need to know about technical SEO for Shopify. A final reminder, do not ignore technical SEO. If you're working with a large store with thousands of pages, technical SEO is key. With this many pages, it can significantly affect your site's rankings. And even if you're working with a smaller store, making sure you have the proper technical foundations in place give you the best shot at ranking. Okay. And so technical SEO, as you can see here, is the critical first step of the broader 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator playbook. To unlock an additional $20,000 in monthly profit, a holistic SEO approach is vital. This whole playbook needs to be applied and implemented. So what comes next? You can see it here. It's Shopify site speed optimization. Site speed is important because it not only boosts conversion rates, but also signals to search engines your commitment to the delivery of a high quality user experience. If you want us to take care of your SEO, there's a link at the top of this presentation to book a call with me. And we'll see if you're a good fit to work with us. If you're a good fit to work with us, we basically take care of everything. It's very hands-off on your end. And if you hop on a call with me, there's no obligation to work with us. At the very least, you end up with a free consultation and an SEO action plan you can implement yourself. So yeah, let's hop on a call. Let's see if you're a good fit to work with us. And yeah, that's it for now. Thanks. Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to be teaching you how to optimize your Shopify store's site speed. If you don't know who I am the co-founder of 607 Media. I've been in the SEO space for over 6 years now, and I am a Shopify SEO expert. Why is site speed important? Well, number one, it impacts conversion rates. Slow loading pages significantly increase the likelihood of potential customers bouncing or leaving your site prematurely. This is the bounce rate percentage metric you see on Google Analytics. This not only harms user experience, but also directly impacts your conversion rates and ultimately your revenue. Just check out this graphic from SEMrush. You can see how a longer page load time increases the probability of bouncing, right? And number two, slow Shopify stores impact rankings. A slow loading site will negatively impact your rankings. Look at this. According to Search Engine Watch, looking at the relationship between page speed and SEO ranking shows that having a faster performing site does impact ranking in a positive way, albeit slightly. Just look at this graph right here. So why optimize site speed? Again, if you want higher conversion rates, more revenue, and better rankings, you should optimize your site speed. So how do you optimize your Shopify store's site speed. So out of the box, Shopify is actually pretty quick. Here's the page speed insights result of my sample store. And the thing with my sample store is that it's super bare. There's nothing done on it. So you can see that Shopify stores are designed to load quickly. Their servers are fast, they leverage browser caching, and use a CDN. However, they do get slower due to factors such as the use of poorly optimized themes, overly high resolution images, unnecessary apps, and more. Right? So let's go through each of these issues so you can avoid them, because optimizing site speed is more about avoiding issues rather than actually doing something to improve the site speed. Because again, Shopify out of the box is already pretty quick. It's when we add all these unnecessary stuff that it starts to slow down. So number one, use a lightweight theme. If you're just starting out, choose a lightweight theme that's coded efficiently and isn't bloated with unnecessary features like sliders, carousels, etc. If you're looking for a free theme, I suggest Dawn. And if you have a budget, I like Palo Alto. And for most of you, if you're managing an existing Shopify store, you want to take the time to assess your theme for potential improvements. Consider whether you can switch from a slider to a single hero image. Maybe you can reduce the number of products in a carousel from 64 to a more manageable 8. Simple fixes like that can actually improve site speed. Okay. Next, this is actually something that most people overlook and don't realize affects site speed, right? Choosing the right image file format. So for product images, you want to use WebP or JPEG. These formats offer lower file sizes without compromising visual quality. Just look at the example below. On the left is the original image. On the right is the image compressed with crush pics. And you can see that the images are practically the same. But the difference is that, the image on the right side, the file size has been reduced by almost 50%, right? And then, it doesn't compromise the image quality. Okay. And we'll go over crush pics more in the next slide. But, for hero image and graphics containing text, WebP offers a great balance between quality and file size, while PNG can be used for lossless compression when absolute clarity is crucial. And for your logos and icons, use SVG. It's vector-based, ensuring your logos and icons are crisp and scalable across devices without increasing the file size. So you can see how using the right image format significantly reduces web page load times while maintaining visual quality. And as I mentioned on the last slide, we compress all our images with a Shopify app called CrushPix. What it does is it automatically compresses all your images, reducing your file sizes by about 50%, significantly improving your site's load times and enhancing user experience. Next, you want to reduce large image sizes. You need to be more aware of the dimensions of the images you're uploading, right? Large images slow down your site, negatively affecting user experience and SEOs. Mobile users don't need desktop-sized images. It wastes data and load time. So these are two action steps that I recommend. Number one, resize your images before upload. Just make sure they're not, any larger than they should be. And number two, utilize SourceSet for responsive images. This basically allows browsers to select the most appropriate image size based on the display's requirements, right? And this is an example of how that may look, this piece of code. And what this does basically is it makes mobile devices load the smaller images, saving data and improving speed, while still making the high resolution devices load the larger images, ensuring quality. This is a little more difficult to implement. So if you don't have any experience with editing your theme code, you may need a developer to help you. Okay, next, you want to implement lazy loading. Websites usually load all elements as soon as the page opens. This can lead to unnecessary loading of off-screen resources. For example, look at your collection pages. If you have a collection with 36 product images, when you load the page, you probably only see the top 4 or top 8 images max, right? The rest of the images the rest of the images are seen when you start scrolling down. what lazy loading does is it delays the loading of images until they're almost visible, meaning images further down the page won't load until the user actually scrolls to them, significantly improving initial page load times. So how do you implement lazy loading? So here it's basically just 3 steps. Step 1, add the lazysizes.js library to your theme's asset folder. Step 2, modify your theme.liquid to include the lazysizes.js script. And step 3, update your image tags. You want to replace the source attribute with data source and add a lazy load class to your images. Here's an example of that conversion, right? This is the standard image tag, and this is what it should look like when you want to lazy load that image, right? Instead of source, it's data source, and then you add the lazy load class at the end. Again, this is a simple change, changing source to data source and adding that lazy load class image, and this can significantly enhance your site's loading speed. Next, you want to uninstall unused apps. Apps can significantly slow down your Shopify store. You only want to install essential apps, which is very few. In the end, most functionalities can be integrated directly into your theme's code, bypassing the need for any apps, actually. And when you uninstall an app, it doesn't always remove its code from your theme, potentially leaving behind performance-draining residue. What you want to do is you want to use tools like Google's PageSpeed Insights to identify any third-party code that's impacting your site's speed. You want to focus on reduce the impact of third-party code suggestions. You can see this is how it would look like. And you want to look out for scripts from unused domains or apps and any code that no longer serves your current setup. And again, I advise getting a developer to help you with this. They can more accurately pinpoint and safely remove obsolete code. Next, you want to conditionally load app scripts. So what happens here is you can actually improve your site's load time by loading app scripts only when they're needed. By default, app scripts are often loaded on every page via the theme.liquid file. This can slow down your site unnecessarily. Instead, selectively load app scripts based on page type or specific conditions to ensure they're only used when necessary. For example, like product reviews, these scripts should only be on product pages. So you should only load these review scripts on product pages. Social share buttons, maybe these should only be on blog posts. So that's, you only want to include those scripts on blog posts. Other product page features like image zoom, custom options, etc. You only want to load these scripts on product pages. You don't want them on the homepage. You don't want them on blog posts. So you want to load app scripts conditionally. And this is how you do it. It's a simple if statement in your Shopify theme's code. If you want to load something on a product page, this is how it would look like. You would input your product page specific script here. And for specific pages, here's an example. If you want to load something on your contact page, this is how you would do it. And you would put the specific script here. Again, if you don't have any experience with this, I recommend getting a developer to help you. Okay. Next, minify JavaScript and CSS. So the thing is, developers incorporate stylistic elements like spacing and comments into code for better readability. However, when it comes to executing the code, web browsers don't actually need these stylistic elements. This is where minification comes in. It's the process of removing all those unnecessary characters from the source code, spaces, line breaks, comments, etc., without affecting its functionality. This reduces file size, leading to faster load times. Here's an example of how that works. So this is how the code originally looks like, and this is what happens when it's minified. So you can see how that can significantly reduce file size when your whole site is made up of code like this. Okay, so how can you minify files? For non-developers, you can use an app like File Optimizer. It can automatically minify your JavaScript and CSS files. And if you want to go the manual route, you can use a tool like JS Compress for JavaScript. And to minify CSS, Shopify actually offers a built-in solution. You can simply convert your CSS files to the .scss.css format, and Shopify will automatically minify them. Okay, next, you want to async non-essential scripts. For scripts that don't immediately impact the user's ability to interact with your site, consider loading them asynchronously or deferring their load. So what are non-essential scripts? So non-essential scripts are basically scripts that don't affect the core functionality of your site. Examples include like live chat widgets, analytics and tracking scripts, etc. This diagram explains how, how different scripts are loaded. Like this is how it would look if it were loaded asynchronously, and this is how it would look if it were deferred, right? To implement asynchronous loading, you simply need to add the async attribute to the script tag. And for deferred loading, you can just use the defer attribute, right? Both methods allow your page to render and become interactive more quickly, loading these scripts in the background or after the main content, respectively. And here are examples. This is what it would look like if you wanted to load a script asynchronously. Here you go, it's async right here. And this is how it would look like if you wanted to defer the loading of the script. You just need to put defer right here. Again, this should be done carefully, preferably by a developer, to ensure there's no negative impact on your site's functionality. Okay, and last, use resource hints and preloading. Resource hints and preloading allow you to manage how and when resources are loaded. Utilizing these techniques can significantly reduce load times and improve user experience. These are the different types of resource hints: preload, prefetch, DNS prefetch, preconnect. And it's fairly simple how to implement these resource hints. You just need to add the appropriate link element with a rel attribute indicating the type of hint and specify the resource URL. Like you can see how that looks like in these examples right here, right? And you want to place these elements in the head of your HTML to ensure they're acted upon early in the page load process. So here are examples of how you can use this. You can use preload for resources you need immediately. You can use prefetch for resources for future pages to make navigation snappier. DNS prefetch and preconnect are great for third-party resources like analytics or social media buttons that you know will be used. Okay, and that's everything you need to know about Shopify site speed optimization. Again, don't ignore site speed if you want higher conversion rates and revenue and better rankings. And as you can see here, Shopify site speed optimization is only one aspect of the broader 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator playbook. To unlock an additional $20,000 in monthly profit, a holistic SEO approach is vital. So, you basically want to execute the whole playbook to actually get the best results, right? So what comes next? Topical map creation or keyword research. That's basically, topical map creation is basically keyword research on steroids. The goal there is to uncover every single keyword in your industry and create that topical map so you know exactly, so you basically have a roadmap of all the pages, whether those are shopping pages, blog posts, etc., that you need to have on your site to establish yourself as an authority in your industry, right? And that's coming next. Okay, so I hope that was helpful. If you want us to take care of the SEO for your brand, just book a call. There should be a link in the description below. If you book a call with us, there's no obligation to work with us. At the very least, you end up with a free SEO consultation and an action plan that you can execute yourself. So that's it for now. Cheers. Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to go over our training on Shopify keyword research. If you don't know who I am the co-founder of 607 Media. I've been in the SEO space for over 6 years now, and I am a Shopify SEO expert. Okay, and so what's the importance of keyword research, right? What is keyword research in the first place? Keyword research is the process of uncovering the search terms people use in search engines when looking for products, services, or information that your website offers. The main thing here is that it's all about understanding the thought process of your potential customers. For example, if you're selling blackout curtains, you might guess people search for curtains, but how competitive is it? Are they looking to buy curtains or just exploring options? Could they be using different terms like linen blackout curtains for bedroom, or maybe they're asking a question like, do blackout curtains keep heat out? Each of these search term variations can attract a different audience or indicate a different stage in the buying journey. So it's very important to understand, and do keyword research, right? So here's an example of how that actually looks like, visually. And why does keyword research matter? It matters because it's the foundation and roadmap of your SEO strategy. It's not just about rankings or search volume or even like keyword difficulty. It's about understanding your potential customers and how they search for products or information. So you can provide the best content that fits their search intent and basically give them the answers that they're looking for, right? Keyword research is important because it increases visibility. Good keyword research helps you rank for more long tail and related search terms, increasing visibility. It drives relevant traffic. By targeting the right keywords, you attract visitors who are truly interested in what you're offering. Number 3, it improves conversion rates. By targeting the right keywords with high buyer intent, you know exactly which pages to prioritize, boosting conversions. Number 4, it enhances content strategy. Knowing what questions your potential customers are asking allows you to create content that really speaks to their needs and interests. And the last thing is that it gives you a competitive edge. By analyzing what keywords your competitors are targeting and ranking for, you can find opportunities you can capitalize on. Okay? So how would you do keyword research? So what we always advise is to build a topical map. It's basically keyword research on steroids. We did, keyword research traditionally before, but then when we were introduced to topical authority and topical maps, it is just a way more powerful way of understanding what you need to have on your website to be considered an authority in your industry, right? Again, a topical map isn't just a list, it's your roadmap to becoming a topical authority. It outlines every single topic you need to cover to be recognized as the leading expert or authority in your industry. And this slide is pretty empty because the process of building a topical map is actually very, very extensive, and I couldn't think of a way to fit it in the slide. So we're gonna go and try to build a simple, small topical map together in this training video. Okay. So yeah, I have a link to our topical map template here, which I have filled in a bit with a few keywords. And yeah, let's go to SEMrush and do some keyword research. Okay. So yeah, let's stick to this one, and let's stick to blackout curtains, right? Okay, and this isn't going to be like a complete topical map. It's just going to be an idea of what the process is like, right? So if we wanted to do blackout curtains, obviously this is even like a small portion of the topical map. We would normally start with curtains, and then we'd have blackout curtains, and then we have different curtain colors. We have different curtain types, different features like for different rooms, etc. But like, let's start with blackout curtains. And what we normally do is we would look at the questions and all the matching keywords actually that contain the term blackout curtain on them. And well, there's two ways to do it. You can manually go through this and export the whole 21,000 keywords and manually go through them and cluster them yourself. But we actually recommend a tool called Keyword Cupid. I think I mentioned it later on in this presentation. What Keyword Cupid does is it automatically clusters all these keywords for you, so that it clusters them by search intent, so that you know exactly, okay, this cluster of keywords can be targeted by one page. I don't have to create multiple pages for these like 40 or 100 keywords, right? But what I would do is basically grab the highest volume keywords. You always want to prioritize by volume and input them into our topical map template. We always have a keyword map before actually putting them into the topical map, right? And we'd have like the keywords and their search volumes. And then, I have grouped some of these keywords together already, or clustered them, right? Blackout curtains, blackout curtain, best blackout curtains. Like, I think we can target these 3 keywords with the same page, right? Blackout curtains for bedroom, linen blackout curtains, blackout linen curtains. Again, I clustered these together. And then, yeah. And then these colors, I didn't cluster them together, but these are different colors. And I just grouped them together because they're the same type, right? We would have different pages actually targeting each of these colors: white, pink, green, blue blackout curtains. And then there's even like by design, floral blackout curtains. So you can kind of imagine what this topical map would look like. And once we come up with, some of these keywords and have and putting their search volumes, because again, we want to prioritize by search volume, we can go over, the main topical map tab and actually assign a page type, whether they're a collection page, a product page, or blog post, right? We have the main keyword because again, you have blackout curtains, right? But you can also have secondary keywords, right? You have a page targeting a primary keyword, but that page can also target secondary keywords. Okay. And then we have the URL also, the main keywords volume, any rankings, whether we published it or not. And if it is published, what do we do? Does it need a content refresh? Do we leave it as is? Do we, implement our SEO quick wins? And if it isn't published, then yeah, the goal is to publish that piece of content, right? So what we're going to do is actually go through all of these keywords, all of these questions, how to hang blackout curtains, and then input all of that in our keyword map and then move them over to the topical map and assign, each of these things, right? And then, why is it important to build a topical map, right? And the reason it's important is because of this guy. And topical authority. Topical authority is a semantic SEO strategy made popular by HARO. Not sure if you're familiar with him, but he basically, I think he came up with the term topical authority. His and others, other SEO's case studies have consistently shown websites achieving significant traffic boosts by using this topical authority strategy, often with minimal link building. The approach of topical authority is about completely and comprehensively covering a topic to such an extent that search engines view your site as the authority and expert on that topic. For example, if you wanted to rank an article on blackout curtains, one article or one page, one collection page, wouldn't be enough to build top authority and topical relevance on search engines. You need to cover everything related to blackout curtains, right? Like blackout curtain ideas, blackout curtain material, blackout curtain alternatives, even all of these collection pages would actually increase relevance and increase your expertise and authority in the eyes of the search engine for blackout curtains. And yeah, I gave you an example of how to grab these topics, these keywords, using a tool called SEMrush, which is probably the easiest way to do it. But you can use these sources to find all the possible topics you can have on your topical map: Wikipedia, Google Trends, competitor sites, exploding topics, etc. Right? But I recommend SEMrush. It's the easiest way to do it, and yeah, you get a lot of data on SEMrush. Okay, so now that you know why it's important to build a topical map, you have an idea of how to build a topical map, like really just scraping all these keywords and organizing them. How would you prioritize which keywords to target first? Because like you can see this and you can see this. It's like, okay, there's 21,000 keywords. We'll cluster them, and it's probably going to end up being a lot less, but there's still going to be a lot of keywords, right? So how would you prioritize which keywords to target first, right? So for Shopify stores, the best place to start is always with your bottom of funnel pages. These are pages that directly lead to sales, so your collection and product pages. The reason we prioritize them is because they make the highest impact in the short term. You don't want to prioritize blog posts because, as I've mentioned several times, these bottom of the funnel pages are the ones that lead to revenue growth. Therefore, if you prioritize them, that's how you can get an ROI on your SEO efforts as soon as possible, right? And the best way to figure out which collection and product pages to prioritize, because like, okay, you might have 300 collection and product pages, and it's not enough to just say, okay, prioritize those. You want to know exactly which specific pages to prioritize. You actually can go to your Google Search Console and sort all these pages by the number of impressions they're getting. This will show you the low-hanging fruit, which ones are ranking closer to the top 3, and where you might be able to improve visibility and sales as soon as possible. A common occurrence is that the search engine actually assigns you as a small expert or authority in a little subtopic, and these are the pages that are getting the most impressions, And if you can optimize those pages and related and relevant pages to those pages, those will actually move the needle much faster than if you basically decided to prioritize a completely different collection and product page, right? So again, in terms of prioritize your bottom of funnel pages and the ones that are already getting a lot of impressions on Google Search Console. Okay. Next, another cool thing you can do is to do a keyword gap analysis. This also helps you actually come up with which collection and product pages to prioritize. Finding gaps in your content can lead to immediate ranking and traffic improvements, particularly for well-established brands, right? Because well-established brands will have a stronger backlink profile. So you can find brands with weaker backlink profiles and see what keywords they're ranking for with their collection and product pages, and basically imitate or basically steal those ideas and publish them on your website. And you should be able to outrank them if you have a stronger backlink profile. And SEMrush can do this. They have a tool called Keyword Gap. It's under competitive research. All you need to do is add your domain and then add a few of your competitor domains. And what happens is, in probably less than a minute, you're presented with a list of all the keywords your competitors rank for that your website doesn't. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is incredibly powerful for brands with backlink profiles stronger than their competitors, because you should easily be able to outrank them for these terms because you have a stronger backlink profile. So this is a very powerful exercise as well. Okay, one thing to note is you want to have one topic per page, because if you have more than one topic per page, you will run into some issues. And it's not one keyword per page, it's one topic per page. As I mentioned earlier, you can have one primary keyword, like blackout curtains. This would be your H1, this would be your URL, this would be in your title tag, but you can have multiple secondary keywords, blackout curtain, blackout curtains. If you look at the keyword research, you'll even find misspellings like block out curtains, right? So, again, as I mentioned, a single page can rank for many keywords, the primary keyword and multiple secondary keywords. So here's how you would do it. You want to determine a primary keyword. In this case, it would be blackout curtains, and then gather all these secondary keywords, which are variations of your primary keyword or related terms. People might use these when searching for the same topic. Again, as I mentioned earlier, your primary keyword would be blackout curtains. You can have secondary keywords like blackout curtain without the S, and then even misspellings like block out curtains. The goal is to, again, cluster these topics together if you can rank for them with the same page, right? And separate topics that shouldn't be together, right? So white blackout curtains and pink blackout curtains, those wouldn't be the same page, because again, they'll probably have completely different products, right? And this is, again, what I mentioned earlier, what we call keyword clustering. And you can do the process manually, or you can use a tool like we do called Keyword Cupid. Keyword Cupid removes any guesswork because it automatically clusters keywords based on the Google algorithm. So you don't have to guess whether these keywords should be clustered or not, because it goes through each of these keywords, and if the SERP or the search engine results page are similar, it will cluster the keywords together. Okay. Another thing you want to be thinking about is whether you should target a page with a collection page, target a keyword with a collection, product, or blog post, right? That's what we're trying to do here. Determine the page type, okay? And deciding whether to target a keyword with a product page, a collection page, or a blog post can be a little tricky, and it all boils down to understanding search intent. If you Google blackout curtains, this is the result. The top 3 results on Google are collection pages. So this is pretty straightforward. For this keyword, you would target with a collection page. If you look at another example, blackout curtain alternative, in this case, the results are all informational content. So we would target this keyword with a blog post. And these are pretty straightforward examples, but if you have a mix of shopping and informational pages ranking well, you just need to lean toward the more like the top ranking pages, which pages are ranking in the positions 1 to 3, because again, that's where you want to be as well. Google's basically giving you an idea of what kind of content it wants to see and rank in positions 1 to 3. Another caveat is like, how do I know whether to target a keyword with a product or collection? Again, this process works really well. But you also want to think about, okay, the searcher's journey. If they're looking up blackout curtains, they're probably seeking different options, not a specific product. So yeah, you just want to consider what works best from a buyer's perspective, right? If they're searching for a certain keyword, would they want options, or are they looking for a specific product? Okay. Next, let's think about keyword research for collections. Like, collection pages are the most important pages for most Shopify stores. Again, they probably usually with brands with high SKUs or a lot of product categories, they will account for majority of your revenue growth from SEO. They allow for a broader approach in keyword targeting. For example, even if you manage to rank a product page for blackout curtain, it won't convert as well as a collection page offering a variety of options. And most transactional keywords will be targeted with collection pages. They're more versatile and can effectively capture a wider audience. Again, what makes sense from a user's perspective? Would they want more options, or are they looking for a specific product? Here are common keywords that should be targeted with collection pages: brand names, features, colors, materials, styles, things like that, right? Where it makes sense to give them a variety of options versus directing them specifically to one product. Okay, so keyword research for products. So product pages are useful for highly specific searches. For example, if they're searching for product names or very niche keywords like features like size, things like that. Specific product pages are, this is where product pages come in and where you can rank product pages, right? So for example, if you sell blackout curtains, blackout curtain would be a collection page. White blackout curtain would still be a collection page. Floral blackout curtain would still be a collection page. But if someone's searching for nightstand aqua blue room darkening curtains, that would be a product page because it's really specific. This detailed keyword combination suggests that the searcher is looking for a specific blackout curtain, right? And therefore, this specific product page matches intent. And one thing to note is that whether these highly specific product pages actually have enough search volume to justify indexing them is another topic for discussion, right? You can argue that if there's no search volume for your product pages or like these highly specific product pages, there is an argument to actually just remove all these product pages from the index and prioritize or push the search engine to just crawl the collection pages, because again, those have more search volume usually. Some product pages don't have search volume. A lot of product pages won't have search volume. Okay. And the last thing is keyword strategy for your homepage. The homepage is the prime spot for targeting broad, high-level keywords. Given our curtain shop example, you can have collections for blackout curtains, sheer curtains, linen curtains, etc. But the main keyword on your homepage can be something like buy curtains online or something like that, right? One thing you need to avoid, which we'll touch on or discuss even more later, is avoiding keyword cannibalization. You want to make sure your homepage doesn't overlap with your homepage keyword doesn't overlap with those targeted by other pages. For instance, if you run a bicycle store and use buy bicycles online as your homepage keyword, you want to make sure it's not also the focus of a specific collection page. Again, it's One topic per page, one page per topic, to avoid running into an issue called keyword cannibalization. So now that we've covered all the basics of like keyword research for Shopify, the next steps is to visualize your site structure. And it's actually not that difficult if you did this practice or exercise very well and stayed organized. Here's an example of a basic site structure for the curtain shop. We use it as an example. Your homepage would be curtains, right? And then you'd have collection pages for blackout curtains, sheer curtains, lace curtains, kitchen curtains. And then you could even have sub-collection pages under blackout curtains for bedroom, right? So, you can have by feature, linen blackout curtains by material. You can have white blackout curtains, so by color. So you can see how building a topical map and staying organized can really help you come up with your site structure. Each collection page here is dedicated to a specific product category, and each of these pages target a specific topic, making it easy for users to navigate your offerings, but also good for SEO because it isn't confusing the search engine, right? We can target as many of these different keywords as we can, while keeping these pages completely unique from one another, and directing the search engines to exactly where the users should be going, right? Because like the way the search engine looks at these things is a search query is a question, and the page on your site is an answer, and the search engine is trying to match questions and answers. And the easier you make this process for the search engines, the higher you're likely to rank, right? Now that we've gone over the keyword research process, let's go over some common mistakes. And I mentioned this earlier, keyword cannibalization. It happens when you have multiple pages on your site competing for the same keyword. This is a problem because it confuses search engines and hinders your site's ability to rank effectively. Here are how it usually happens. Number one, overlapping targets, both product and collection pages targeting the same keyword. You can't have a collection page on blackout curtains and have a product page on blackout curtains as well. It's one page per topic. So yeah, you can have a blackout curtains collection page, and you can have like a specific, a specific product page, like blue blackout curtain for bedroom, or like a specific size, etc. But again, you don't want to overlap. You don't want to target the same keyword with a product page and a collection page. Content redundancy, where you have blog posts also targeting the keywords that you've already targeted with collection pages, right? And the last thing is overuse of keywords. People think that using the keyword blackout curtain and spreading out throughout your site improves rankings, but it's actually hurting you because it confuses the search engine. Okay. And why is it a mistake? This leads to internal competition, confusing search engines about which specific page to rank. The right approach, as I mentioned several times, is one page per topic. It makes it clear to the search engines about where to direct traffic for that topic. And as I've also mentioned previously, while each page should focus on one primary keyword, it's actually beneficial to incorporate multiple secondary keywords. Okay. Next common mistake, expand versus consolidate. Another common mistake is limiting a broad topic to a single page when there should be multiple. More focused pages, each targeting a different aspect of the topic. This is a little tricky because there's a fine line between expanding coverage and creating redundant pages. For example, instead of just having one general garden tools collection, you can have sub-collections by tool type, by garden type, even by expertise level, right? And this is an example of how that could look like if you had like a pillar page or the garden tools collection page, and then you have several sub collections for, let's say, pruning shears, garden rakes, spades, tools for flower gardens, tools for vegetable gardens, etc. And again, you want to be careful because there is a clear a thin line between expanding to make it where it makes sense and creating redundant collections, right? Like you don't need 3 different pages for top-rated gardening tools, most popular gardening tools, and gardening tools on sale. Like these might just end up competing for the same keywords, and you're not providing any unique value because these pages will look pretty much very similar, right? Another mistake is not understanding search intent. To optimize your pages effectively, you want to consider 2 perspectives. Number 1, user intent. What is someone actually seeking when they type in a specific keyword? And number 2, Google's interpretation. What type of content does Google think users are looking for with this keyword? Understanding both of these things will guide you in creating content that satisfies both user needs and aligns with Google's expectations. For example, consider the search term best garden tools for beginners. Without digging into the specifics, potential user intentions might include number 1, seeking a list or guide for the best beginner-friendly garden tools, or number 2, looking for stores where they can purchase these tools. If you do a Google search, you can actually see what type of content ranks for this search term. And, in this case, it's a bunch of blog posts. So what you want to do is actually mimic what's currently ranking on Google. If the top ranking pages are guides or articles, like in this case, you would want to target this keyword with an informative blog post instead of a collection page, right? And the last thing I want to touch on is diluting relevance, because if you stray too far from your topical map or your established topic, like if you're a blackout curtain site and you suddenly talk about tablecloths, it actually dilutes your site's relevance. And there is a connection between curtains and tablecloths if you really think about it, but it's a farther connection than if it were blackout curtains and sheer curtains and linen curtains, right? Like those are in Google's knowledge graph, those are much closer together versus like tablecloths, which is still pretty close, but it would be much further. So what you want to do is you want to stay on topic. You want to publish content within your topic map, within your expertise, because again, publishing content outside your topic map risks both confusing your audience and search engines about your site's actual purpose and expertise. And what's key here is relevance. That's what you really want to focus on. Every piece of content should reinforce your authority on the subjects you've chosen to cover. If you're a site on selling blackout curtains or curtains in general, you want to actually maximize that topical map specifically on curtains before moving on to shoulder niches. We've experienced this issue previously where we overexpanded, like we were absolutely dominating a specific niche, and we started expanding to shoulder industries or shoulder niches because we thought that the site was like a topical authority already. It was ranking for so many things that we thought there was an opportunity to rank for the shoulder niches. And we did for a few months. But what happens is Google actually, or search engines actually recrawl your site and then see that, okay, this site is no longer sticking to its core competencies or its core topic and talking about things that we didn't think that they were an expert on. And it actually dilutes your relevance. You not only won't be able to rank for the new shoulder niche topics, you start losing your rankings for the main topic as well. Okay, so it's very important that you stick to your site's core topic. Okay, and yeah, that's it. So that's everything you need to know about Shopify keyword research. I hope this was helpful. And again, you want to prioritize keyword research because it's the foundation of your content strategy. It allows you to increase visibility, attract high quality, high buyer intent traffic to your Shopify store by prioritizing the right keywords. But if you look at this, our playbook, It's just one aspect of the whole playbook. And if you really want to drive a significant amount of additional revenue, you want to incorporate this whole playbook. Okay. And yeah, we've already gone through the whole technical SEO trainings. This is the training on topical maps and keyword research. Next up is the training on navigation and site structure. We'll be releasing that next week, so keep your eyes peeled. Join our school community. We publish everything there. We answer any additional questions you might have. And yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for taking the time to watch this training. Cheers. Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to go over our training on how to optimize Shopify navigation and site structure for SEO. If you don't know who I am, I have been in the SEO space for over 6 years now. I've worked on over 200 plus projects, scaling some of them to over 7 figures per year in revenue. And I am a Shopify SEO expert. Okay. So yeah, let's go to the training, right? So why is it important to optimize your navigation and site structure? So there's 2 reasons. Number 1, user experience. A well-structured website and navigation lead to a seamless shopping experience. It allows your customers to find what they need quickly and effortlessly. And this does have a tangible impact on metrics. It leads to lower bounce rates and higher conversion rates, aka more revenue. Okay. And the second thing is SEO benefits. Having a well-structured website and navigation has these SEO benefits. Number 1, crawl efficiency. It allows search engines to easily crawl and index your website. Number 2, it enhances link equity. It distributes link equity throughout the site, improving SEO performance. And lastly, it reduces crawl depth. So crawl depth is the number of links required to reach important pages, and studies show that a lower crawl depth typically means better rankings, right? So now that you know why it's important to optimize your navigation and site structure, let's go to how to optimize navigation and site structure. So there are 6 key elements of navigation. Each of them are critical for improving your Shopify store's SEO performance. Number 1, the main menu. Number 2, the homepage. Number 3, faceted navigation, if necessary. Number 4, subcategory links. Number 5, product grids. And number 6, product page links. So we're going to go over each of these 6 key elements in this video. And the goal is to optimize each of these elements to make it easy for both users and search engines to crawl, understand, and access the content on your website. So let's get to it. Number 1, the main menu. So the main menu is the foundation of your website's navigation. It's the one right on top, right, of your website. So whether you're managing a small store with a few products or a large store with a huge product range, the structure of your main menu can significantly affect how easily users navigate your website, find what they're looking for, and also how easily search engines crawl your site. Right? So for smaller stores with fewer products, a simple shop menu may suffice. Like for example, in this example of Argo Outdoors, they just use a simple shop gear menu because they don't have that many product categories. Their shop gear menu directs customers to all their core collection pages, right? And for larger stores like MyProtein with a lot more product categories like bestsellers, protein, creatine, amino acids, pre-workout, etc., giving them direct menu access to subcategories like whey protein, clear protein, vegan protein blends, etc., improves user experience because, well, they don't have to click multiple times to get to these subcategories because they're right on the main menu, right? So instead of having to click through protein and then from protein having to click to whey protein, you can find these subcategories or sub-collection pages right on the main menu, okay? And lastly, like for stores with varied collections based on brand, style, or specific goals, they can benefit from a Shop by X navigation, as you can see here. Blind Style does this very well. Right on their main menu, you can basically filter or find blinds by type, by color, by window type, by room, by feature, right directly on the main menu, which is great for user experience and SEO performance as well. So using these navigational strategies above, to build your main menu, whether that's, using a simple minimalistic shop menu if you don't have that many product categories, or, featuring all the subcategories on the main menu, or even using a shop by X navigation right on your main menu, can improve both user experience and SEO performance. The goal basically is to minimize the number of clicks needed to reach a desired product. Okay. So yeah, as I mentioned, a well-designed main menu is crucial for your site's usability and visibility in search engines. So don't underestimate its impact. It's important that you really think about how your main menu looks like, because it actually affects both user experience and SEO. Next is your homepage. Your homepage is the central hub of your website, and it's probably the most visited page on your website, and has the most backlinks. So it's important that you optimize your homepage, not just for, again, user experience, but SEO as well. Okay, so what we like to do is we like to feature collection pages with the highest search volume prominently at the top of the homepage, because this accomplishes two key objectives. Number one, collections with high search volumes likely reflect what your audience is most interested in. Making them instantly accessible improves user experience. And number two, by directing, as I mentioned earlier, your homepage probably has the most backlinks. And by directing that backlink equity to these high volume pages, you improve their ranking potential. Okay, so there are some ways you can implement this. You can use design elements like banners or featured sections to highlight these collections. The goal is to make sure users can get from the homepage to these collections easily with as few clicks as possible. You want to include engaging content or promotions to these collections to attract more attention. So you can see that Blind Style does this incredibly well. We can just take a look at their website here. So yeah, you can see the main menu here, which they've done really well. And their homepage is done really well too, right? It's pretty much the main menu, but in homepage form, right? You can shop by blind type. You have images of the types of blinds. You can have shop by color. You have the different colors here, most popular blinds. And at the bottom, you can have, they even have like a shop by room, right? So that's basically how you want to design your homepage, okay? And again, yeah, your homepage is a powerful tool for enhancing both user experience and improving SEO. By prioritizing the high volume collection pages, you're not just meeting your visitors' needs, but also strategically distributing your site's backlink equity. Okay. Next, faceted navigation. So faceted navigation is that sidebar with filters next to the product grid. This usually exists on sites with a lot more SKUs. You probably won't see this on sites with just a few products. And it allows customers to refine the product selections based on specific criteria, such as size, color, price, or here on Chewy, it's by food texture, flavor, special diet, life stage, right? Again, this is great for user experience, but can affect your SEO if not handled properly. On Shopify in particular, most Shopify themes by default use URL parameters for filters. And the thing is, these are not indexed by search engines. This simplifies the site structure, but means these filtered pages won't rank for specific keywords. So if you want to target specific keywords within these filters, you need to manually create dedicated collection pages for them, which I have mentioned is actually a good thing, because if you're relying on filters to rank for these terms, you can't really customize these filter pages, right? So it's actually better if you create dedicated collection pages for them. That way you can add unique content on these pages. So yeah. To sum things up, it's essential to determine whether faceted navigation is even necessary for your store. If you have a few products, you might not need it. If you have hundreds or thousands of SKUs, then you probably need it. And if you do need it, you want to consider which filters to include and really think about, okay, does this filter need a dedicated collection page? If it does, you have to create it, especially on Shopify, right? Okay, next, subcategory links. So subcategory links, which you can see here, are very powerful and often overlooked in e-commerce navigation. This is how Chewy does it. They use not just text, but they actually use images as well, right? So they use, so this is the cat food collection page or product category page. And within that, you can see links to subcategory pages: wet food, dry food, premium food, raw food, freeze-dried. So this basically helps customers refine or filter out their options even further, right? And this not only helps user experience, but has some SEO benefits as well. These links help demonstrate the relationship between categories for search engines, improving the site's topical authority. And again, by reducing the number of clicks required to navigate between categories, these links contribute to improving SEO. As I mentioned earlier, a lower click depth usually means higher rankings. Okay. And yeah, as I mentioned, adding these subcategory links not only improves user experience, but also improves SEO. Okay. Next, product grids. So product grids are the primary component of collection pages. They allow you to showcase your products, right? Product grids can greatly improve your SEO and enhance user experience depending on how you build them, right? So here are 3 key considerations. Number 1, do not use JavaScript to load product grids. Search engines typically struggle with crawling JavaScript content efficiently. And yeah, you're better off using the default Shopify search and discovery app instead of a product grid that's being loaded with JavaScript. So that's just one thing that you really want to take note of. Number 2, the number of products displayed. So the number of products displayed on a product grid can actually influence your rankings. And I recommend showing around 36 to 48, but the goal is to have as much as possible without compromising site speed. That way you don't end up with excessive pagination like this, right? It's a better user experience not having to click through all these pages. And it's also better for the search engines, which won't have to use its resources to crawl through all of these pages, right? And the last thing is product details. It's a great way to improve user experience by adding some product details right on the product grid. So users don't have to click through to the product page to find more information about a certain product. So you can see how it's done here. You have the color options available. You have a short description right on the product grid. So again, this improves user experience because if they can determine right away that this is for them or this is not for them right on the product grid, they won't have to click through to the product page. So yeah, optimizing product grids goes beyond aesthetics. It's about making strategic improvements that benefit both users and SEO. And the last one is product page links. They're often not utilized to their full potential. They're often overlooked. With a lot of Shopify stores hosting thousands of products, effective linking on these pages can significantly improve site structure and user experience. Okay, so the first form of this is breadcrumbs, right? Breadcrumbs offer a clear path back to broader categories, enhancing navigation and strengthening SEO through internal links. Here's an example from Best Buy. Most Shopify themes would have this built in. So yeah. Next is tag style category links. These links provide a way to explore related collections or products, improving discoverability across your product range. Here's an example from Omnia Fishing, right? So this is directly on their product page for a jig. Let me just bring that up so you can kind of see what that looks like on the actual product page. So yeah, so this is their product page. And if you scroll down all the way next to the product description, so basically these are the tagged style subcategory links, right? You can go through that and it's like, okay, so this is a vertical jig, this is an ice fishing jig, it's a blade bait, etc. So you can click through that and basically get, get more information based on what those are, right? Okay. Next is related products. This is very common as well. You can see this on Amazon. It looks like this, right? And a section for related products on your product page not only boosts sales, but also reduces navigation clicks and distributes link equity more effectively, improving SEO, right? So by integrating breadcrumbs, tag style category links, related products, you actually improve both user experience and SEO. So right, that's it for now. That's pretty much everything you need to know about optimizing your navigation and site structure for SEO on Shopify. If you want to improve both user experience and SEO, do not ignore this training, right? And as I always mention, these trainings are usually just one part or one aspect of the whole playbook. As you can see here, navigation and site structure is just one aspect of the whole playbook. To really scale your e-commerce brand, you need to implement the whole playbook. So what comes next after optimizing navigation and site structure? You need to optimize your collection pages for SEO. If you want access to that free training, there's a link at the bottom of this training to the next one. Okay. Yeah, that's it for now. I hope this was helpful. If you don't have the time to implement the playbook yourself, I recommend you hop on a call with me. We can go over your situation, whether you're a good fit to even, invest in SEO. And yeah, at the very least, if you hop on a call with me, there's no obligation to work with us. So at the very least, you end up with a free SEO consultation and an SEO action plan that you can implement on your own, right? So if you're interested in hopping on a call, there should be a link below or somewhere. But yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for listening. Cheers. Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to go over our training for how to optimize Shopify collection pages for SEO. If you don't know who I am the co-founder of 607 Media, and we help Shopify brands add at least 20K in monthly profit with SEO. I've been in the SEO space for over 6 years now, and I am a Shopify SEO expert. Okay, so why is it important to optimize our collection pages for SEO? For Shopify stores with over 50 products, collection pages will drive over 80% of organic revenue. And the reason for that is because collection pages are broader entry points. And because they're broader, they will have higher search volume. If you look at this example, product focused searches are very specific, so there's much less search volume. Like you can see here that handheld vacuum cleaner has nearly 14,000 monthly searches, while Shark Wand Vac handheld vacuum only has 490 monthly searches. And you can see that across different industries, it's going to hold true. The broader product category pages are going to have significantly more search volume than the product focus searches. So what does that mean? That means you want to create as many collections as you can, because by creating these many different collections, you're creating more search entry points for your customers to basically find you and your brand. You can use keyword research tools like SEMrush to uncover all these collections. All you need to do is type your main keyword on SEMrush, like for example here, vacuum cleaner, and then SEMrush will spit out all the keywords containing this phrase and their keyword difficulty and monthly search volume metrics, right? Another way you can think about this is through the shop by X menus that many stores have, right? They usually have a shop by size, by type, by color, by feature, etc. And then, this will basically help you brainstorm the different collections and sub-collections your brand might have, right? And then, you want to create all these different collections and sub-collections because they will increase your total addressable market. Right? So sub-collections. Shopify doesn't necessarily have a sub-collection functionality, but you can just create new collections and treat them as sub-collections, right? So for example, if you have a vacuum collection page, you may want to have the following sub-collections, right? Stick vacuums, upright vacuums, handheld vacuums, robotic vacuums, etc. Again, creating, more of these collections and sub-collections create additional search entry points that increase your total addressable market. So you want to create as much of these sub-collections as you can. And one thing you want to do is you want to feature all these sub-collections within their parent collections, because this enhances not just user experience, but SEO as well. You can see how MyProtein does that on their whey protein powder collection page. They have internal links to sub-collections, dairy-free protein, clear protein drinks, protein blends, vegan protein, etc. Right? This helps users navigate your website, but it also makes it easy for search engines to crawl and understand your website's hierarchy, right? And I get asked this a lot. There is no problem reusing the same products across multiple collections. And the reason for that is simple. It makes sense from a user perspective. For example, some stick vacuums will be cordless vacuums, and some cordless vacuums will be stick vacuums. And the search engine can understand that, and therefore it won't create any SEO issues. Okay, so now we understand why it's important to optimize our collection pages. Let's go through how to optimize our collection pages. Right, so the first thing you want to look at is always the key SEO elements. That's the title tag, that's the URL, and that's the H1, right? These are the three most important on-page SEO elements. The search engine always crawls these elements first, and it's the greatest signal as to, it provides the search engines a great signal or idea of what the page is actually about, right? So for your title tag, which is what you see over here, you always want your target search term or your target keyword at the start of your title tag, right? So if your target search term is vegan protein powder, you want to have vegan protein powder as close to the start of your title tag as much as possible. You can use up to 60 characters. If you're not getting close to 60 characters, you can use secondary keywords or modifiers like buy, online, shop, things like that, or even some longer tail variations of your target keyword to rank for those, right? For the H1, you simply want to make your H1 the target keyword. If your target keyword is vegan protein powder, then just make your H1 vegan protein powder. And lastly, the URL, just like your H1, the goal is to keep your URL as short as possible. So if your target keyword is vegan protein powder, just make your URL vegan protein powder. Simple enough, right? Okay, next, let's discuss product grids. So the thing with product grids is that, every collection page has a product grid, but then they're often overlooked. People just assume that they can just slap on any product grid in there and it'll be fine. But the problem actually is a lot of Shopify stores rely on JavaScript to load their product grids, which is problematic because search engines typically struggle with crawling JavaScript content efficiently. So I actually recommend you just use the default Shopify search and discovery app to generate your product grids. Okay, another thing that people overlook is that the number of products on your product grid can actually influence your rankings. I recommend showing at least 36 to 48 products per page. Generally, more is better, provided it doesn't slow down your website, right? That way you don't end up with excessive pagination like this, where you have 21 pages for one collection page. It's better for user experience. Users won't have to click through each of these pages to find what they're looking for. And it also makes it easier for search engines to crawl your website when it doesn't have to crawl 21 different pages for one collection right? And even some Shopify stores don't have the numbered pages like this. They have like previous and next, which makes it even more difficult for users and search engines to navigate your website because they can't skip a certain page, right? If they want to go to page 5, they have to hit next like 5 times. So I recommend adding as much pages as you can per page. And yeah, use a numbered pagination like this if possible. Okay, next, product details. A great way to improve user experience and add more content to your collection pages is through product details. Here's a good example, right? Like it's showing the size, the color, pickup or delivery. And the goal here, the objective here is to basically just provide as much information as you can directly on the collection page so that customers don't have to click through to find more information, right? It's just good for user experience. And it's a good way to add content to your collection pages. And, again, more content equals more relevance, which usually leads to higher rankings, okay? For brands with a lot of SKUs, I recommend you add a faceted navigation. This is an example of what that is. It basically allows your customers to filter your products grid to basically help them find what they're looking for. So if you have like 200 SKUs, you should definitely have a faceted navigation because it'll be difficult for your customers to find exactly what they're looking for. Okay. And most brands stop there, right? They have their H1, they have their product grid. Some of them even have a short description, right? And so most collection pages will end up looking like this. But the problem with this is that this is not enough content. It makes it difficult for search engines to understand what your page is about because you just have, the category name and the product grid, right? And sometimes that is enough, but usually it's not. And, to really optimize your collection pages for SEO, you need to add even more content, okay? More content means easier to understand, means better rankings, right? The more content you have on your collection pages, the easier it is for search engines to understand what the page is about. More content increases relevance and leads to better rankings, okay? But you might be, this might be your reaction to this, but isn't adding content to all collection pages a lot of work? Like you already asked me to create as many collections as I can. What if I'm creating 200, 500 collection pages? Isn't that a lot of work to have to add content to each of these 200 or even 500 collections? Yes, but this is exactly what allows you to outrank your competitors, right? Like Amazon can't do it. When you search for, in this example, waterproof cycling shorts, Amazon doesn't have a dedicated waterproof cycling shorts collection page or category page. It actually just creates an auto-generated page based on your, what you were searching for, right? Target can't do it either. It does exactly the same thing. It just uses your search term and creates a auto-generated page based on that search term. And it's usually just a product grid, right? And your competitors won't do it because, again, it's too much work, right? 200 collection pages. I have to add descriptions, FAQs for each of these collection pages. But that's exactly why you should do it, right? If your competitors can't do it and some of your competitors won't do it, it's the perfect opportunity for you to outrank them, right? But, you can't just add content willy-nilly and just, stuff these pages with keyword-rich content. You have to do it tastefully. Because if you're just stuffing content onto the collection page, like AI-generated content, the search engines can tell, right? If they're not improving user experience, then, it does not really going to help you, right? So this is how we tastefully add content to our Shopify collection pages. This is our template, and we recommend adding the following content sections: a short collection description on top, below your H1, a detailed collection description below the product grid, an FAQ accordion below that, and a featured review section at the bottom of the page, right? And we're going to go over each of these sections in greater detail below, right? So for the short collection description, we want to add this on top because for mobile users, we don't want to show them a huge block of text. It's not good for user experience. They usually want to go straight to the product grid, right? And if you're showing them a big block of text on top, they're just going to ignore it. So you want to keep it short, 2 lines max, and just a brief description of the collection page. Basically what it is or why they should buy it. Okay. And then we have the detailed collection description below the product grid. This is where we go into greater detail about the collection. What makes it different from other brands? What are the features and benefits? Are there any certifications? Are there specific instructions on how to use this specific product? We still want to keep this short, between 500 to 1,000 words, because this isn't a blog post, right? And this is an example of how MyProtein did it. And when you have a longer collection description below the product grid, there's an added benefit because now you're going to have a lot more internal linking opportunities. And you can see how MyProtein did it here. They internally linked to more of their collections or sub-collections, right? And contextual internal links like these are very powerful, right? They're different from just creating like the buttons or auto-generated internal links. They're way more powerful, right? And I don't recommend stuffing as many internal links as you can here. You just want to make sure they're all relevant because again, the search engine is trying to look for relevance, right? So you can internally link to relevant collections, sub-collections, and even blog posts, right? Okay. So you may be asking yourself, okay, so how can I have both a short and detailed collection description when there's just a single input field available on Shopify, right? This is how it typically looks like. And whatever I put here usually ends up, where the description is placed on the theme, right? Usually it ends up like this, right? So, that's where description splitting comes in, right? You can modify your collection template.liquid to split the description, right? Gets a little bit technical, but you want to find your collection.description in that file and change it to this. Just use this code. And then below the product grid, look for, where the product grid is. You want to add this, this piece of code. Basically, what this says is that, here's an example. You want to go to the HTML view of your collection description. And then basically, whatever you have, any text before this split code will be shown where you placed the original, the first piece of code. And anything you type below this piece of code will be placed where you put this, right? So this short description will show below the H1 above the product grid, and the detailed description, this, will be shown below the product grid or wherever you decided to put this piece of code, right? That's pretty much how we do it. Okay. Another option is to use a read more link. So some brands do this where they have the 2 lines below the H1, and then they have a read more button that reveals the longer, the more detailed collection description. And you can do this by modifying your description. You can copy paste this code into your theme and then add this JavaScript to activate the read more link. And if you're having trouble implementing any of these, you can ask ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will help you implement these changes. It's actually not that difficult. Okay. And another way to add content to collection pages is through FAQ accordions. FAQ accordions are really good because they don't sacrifice user experience because they're really small. They're accordions, and they, when the page is opened, they're closed like this, so they're not really taking up any space on the page. And the idea is to simply answer any questions your customers might have to help them decide whether this collection or product is for them. And a great way to come up with questions is basically to Google your target search term and just look at the people also ask section. These are usually questions customers have about your product. And as for implementation, we use this code done by Mircea Peturca. I hope I'm not butchering that. Mircea Peturca, I'm not sure. It makes sure that it's lightweight. It's done, in a very lightweight manner. And the added benefit is that it automatically adds structured data, which helps you get the rich snippets for these FAQs, right? It allows you to sort of get featured in the people also ask section, or give you the featured snippet on the SERP as well, okay? And the last way we like to add content to our collection pages is through featured reviews, right? So we manually find 3 great product reviews and we feature them at the bottom of our collection pages. And the reason we do this is because there aren't any downsides, right? Number 1, they're going to help with conversions. And number 2, if you select reviews with your target keywords in them, they're actually great for SEO as well. And I don't recommend you use a review app or widget here. It might just slow down your site. You can just use simple HTML in the description or custom meta fields, right? And final thoughts. So, that's everything you need to know about optimizing collection pages for SEO. If you implement those changes, those improvements, I guarantee your rankings will improve. But that's just one part of the whole SEO process. If you really want to add 20K in additional monthly revenue or profit, you need to do the whole process. You need to have a holistic SEO strategy. So after optimizing your collection pages, you should optimize your product pages. This is our template on how to optimize product pages for SEO. We've actually seen a positive correlation between conversion rates and rankings. And it makes sense, right? High conversion rates signal to search engines that users are finding exactly what they're looking for. And we're creating a training on how to optimize Shopify collection pages for SEO. And that should be coming next week. But yeah, let me know what you think of this training. If you want more, or if you have any feedback, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for listening. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you're interested in learning more about how you can add at least 20K in monthly profit to your Shopify brand, you can book a call with me. There should be a link below or somewhere there. And we can chat and see if you're a good fit for our program. If you book a call, there's no obligation to work with us. So at the very least, you end up with a free SEO consultation. So I highly recommend you book a call. And yeah, let's have a chat and see if you're a good fit to work with us. Hi guys, it's Miko Martinez. And in this video, I'm going to go over our training on how to optimize Shopify product pages for SEO. So if you don't know who I am a Shopify SEO expert. I've been in the SEO industry for over 6 years now. I've worked on over 200 plus projects and helped scale some of them to over 7 figures in annual revenue, right? If you want to contact me, here's a link to my Twitter. If you want to learn more about Shopify SEO and SEO in general, here's a link to my YouTube channel. And yeah, I have a school community, a Shopify SEO community hosted on School, where you can find all of these trainings, right? Not just optimizing product pages, but the whole actual playbook. You can find that in our Shopify SEO Mastermind School community, right? And if you want to work with us, we have a program. A link is on this slide. Anyway, so let's get to the training. So why is product page SEO important? So number one, product pages target decisive buyers, right? Like in our last training, we were talking about category pages or collection pages. And unlike broader category pages, product pages capture users at the decision-making stage of their buying journey, directly driving conversions. For example, if someone was searching for Vitamix 5200 blender versus blenders, they're further along the funnel or the buying journey, so they're more likely to purchase. Espresso machines versus Breville Barista Express Espresso machine. That's a tongue twister. So the more specific the keyword is, the more likely they're going to purchase, right? And these product specific keywords typically have lower search volumes, but because they attract highly targeted traffic, they usually result in very high conversion rates. Like we've seen product conversion rates, well, specifically from SEO, right? If that traffic is from SEO, we've seen product page conversion rates as high as 5 to 15%, and collection page conversion rates around 2 to 5%, right? And high conversion rates boost SEO. High conversion rate signals to the search engines that customers are satisfied with their search results, and indicate that your site is providing relevant and valuable content. Basically, it signals to the search engine that customers or users are finding exactly what they're looking for, right? So by optimizing your product pages for conversions through clear descriptions, compelling calls to action, and user-friendly layouts, you are simultaneously or essentially enhancing your SEO as well, okay? Next, there are some important SEO considerations when it comes to product pages. Number one, keyword cannibalization. If you're managing a store with hundreds or even thousands of products, you need to watch out for keyword cannibalization. It happens when two pages on your site compete for the same search term, resulting in neither of them ranking, right? I have a video on keyword cannibalization on Shopify stores in my YouTube channel. I recommend you take a look at it. I go into greater detail there, how to spot it and how to fix it. It's incredibly important that your product pages aren't cannibalizing each other. And even more importantly, that they aren't cannibalizing your broader collection pages, because those have higher search volume, right? And to prevent this, you need to do proper keyword research. So when it comes to keyword research for product pages, product pages should target very specific keywords like product names, brand plus product names, product plus specifications, and specific attributes, right? You want to make sure these keywords are specific enough that they're not going to compete with your broader collection pages, right? Like when you look at this example, Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra, that's most likely not going to compete against your collection page, which could be like Samsung smartphone or something like that, right? Like as I mentioned earlier, product pages usually have much less search volume than the broader category pages, right? So if they don't have much search volume, should you rank them at all, or should you try to even optimize them for SEO, right? So here's like how we decide, all right? So you want to consider whether these product pages actually have any search volume. And if there aren't any search volume, you might be better off removing these product pages from the index, right? So consider these two examples, a fishing store, Omnia. If you see the product names above, like Finesse Bullets, Hack Attack Flipping Jig, Chatterbait Elite, Dominator Tube, you see that these are made up product names, right? So they probably don't have any search volume. So for this brand, they're better off focusing on ranking the collection pages that target broader categories like bass fishing lures or saltwater chains, okay? And then another example is this fabric store, right? They have products titled Silk or Spandex, Stretch Crepe, The Sheen Blue, or the same thing in navy, right? Like these product pages are, again, too specific that they likely have no search volume. So instead of putting your effort or resources into trying to optimize each of these product pages, you're better off targeting more broad search terms with your collection pages, like cotton woven fabrics, quilting cotton fabrics, eco-friendly fabrics, etc. Right? So that's really how you decide whether to invest your resources or put some effort into ranking your product pages. It's mostly through search volume. If a product page has no search volume, you're better off prioritizing something else, like the product category pages, and even like no indexing these product pages, because they don't have or provide any SEO value really. Okay. So when should you actually rank your product pages? Well, if you look at this example, on the soapery, they have a collection page on essential oils, right? And this essential oils page actually ranks number 1 in the UK for essential oils. But if you look at the specific product pages, these product pages also have search volume, right? And they rank for these product pages like rosemary essential oil, sandalwood essential oil, eucalyptus essential oil. These individual product pages each have a very good amount of search volume. So you should be trying to rank these product pages, right? So given the examples I gave above, with the fishing store, the fabric store, and soapery, determining whether to rank your product pages is very dependent on your specific business and the nature of the products you sell, and essentially what you see on the search engine results page, right? Like whether these products, these individual products, actually have any search volume, right? And if there's sufficient search volume for each of these products, then you should probably try to rank them, because again, they might have lower search volume, but they attract highly targeted traffic. So the conversion rates are much, much higher. Another consideration is whether to target a keyword with a product page or a collection page. The main, this comes down to search intent. And the best way to decide is actually to just Google the search term and look at the results, right? So for example, flower seeds, if you Google flower seeds, you'll see mostly collections or product category pages. So, if Google or the search engine is deciding to rank product category pages, then you should be trying to rank a product category page as well. For example, in this next example, for lavender essential oil, if you Google that, you'll essentially see mostly products. So you should just do the same. It's unlikely for you to rank a collection or product category page if what's currently ranking are products anyway, right? So therefore, you should be trying to rank a product page for that search term as well. So just to summarize this, like Google is showing you what type of content it prefers. You just need to follow it. And if you do see mixed results, which does happen all the time, you want to just put yourself in the shoes of the customer. What makes the most sense for them, right? Like it's all about understanding search intent. Like if someone is searching for essential oils, like here, do you think they would convert more on a specific product page? Or if you gave them options to pick what type of essential oil they wanted to purchase, right? So that's basically what you want to consider when you're thinking about whether to rank a product page or collection page. And lastly, this last consideration is for discontinued and out of stock products. And a lot of brands make this big mistake when they delete discontinued or out of stock product pages. It's a big mistake because if these product pages have search volume, right? And if they're ranking, you'll end up losing that traffic or rankings by deleting that product because it goes to a 404 page, right? So this is what you want to do instead. For discontinued products, you want to keep the page active and replace the purchase option with a link to related products or alternatives. This is how REI does it on their site. So if the product's unavailable, they have a button for shop similar products instead of the purchase button. And for out of stock products, you want to also keep them up and allow customers to subscribe to stock notifications. Like this is how Brewmate does it. Because this specific color is out of stock, they instead of the purchase button or add to cart button, they have a notify me when available button. Okay. And it's important to note that if your competitors have the same product in stock and you don't, your rankings may temporarily decline. Because again, if yeah, again, like it comes down to, well, all the way up there. It's like your conversion rates affect your SEO. And if your uh, product is out of stock or discontinued, the conversion rate is essentially zero, and customers are not finding what they're looking for. And the search engine can see this. And therefore, you may temporarily lose your rankings whenever your products are discontinued or out of stock, right? So, but if you are able to restock immediately, you most likely are able to recover those rankings, right? Especially if you implement these things like allowing them to shop similar products or allowing them to notify them when these products are available. Because again, the search engine will see that they're somewhat still engaged with your content, right? So now that we've gone through the importance of product pages and the SEO considerations of product pages, let's go down to how to optimize these product pages, right? So just like the collection pages, there are key SEO elements: the title tag, the URL, and H1. And these are the three most important on-page SEO elements because these are the first things that the Google crawler or search engine actually looks at, right? So when it comes to the title tag, you want to have your target keyword at the start of your title tag. You can use up to 60 characters. If lower, you can use secondary keywords or modifiers like buy, online shop. And for stores with hundreds or even thousands of products, you can use a bulk title tag template to apply to all product pages like this. Okay. For H1, the H1 should simply be the name of the product and your target keyword, right? If it's peanut butter plant-based protein powder, the H1 should be peanut butter plant-based protein powder. For URL, just like your H1, you want to keep your URL as short as possible, but contain your target keyword. So you can just make your URL peanut butter plant-based protein powder, right? Simple enough, okay? And, on top of, the three key SEO elements, you want to add, just like the collection pages, you want to add more content to the product pages. Again, the reasoning for this is simple. More content increases relevance. It provides more context to search engines as to what the page is about. And if you make it easier for search engines to understand what the page is about, the higher you are likely to rank, right? So this is our template. We have the H1 top, a short description here, 50 to 150 words, features and benefits, specifications in a table format. It's very important that you have them in a table format. I'll explain why later. A detailed product description of 500 to 1,000 words, frequently asked questions in the form of an accordion. That way you're not hurting any user experience. And then, of course, the product reviews at the bottom, right? So let's go through each of these sections in greater detail. So the short description on top, you should just simply explain what it is and why customers should buy it. And keep it 50 to 150 words max. You want to keep this short. You don't want it so long because customers just really want a quick idea of why it's good. Why they should be purchasing this product, right? So here's a good example on Ferret Pets. Very short description, basically telling customers why or exactly why they should buy this product, right? And for SEO, you just want to make sure you include the product name in the short description, right? In the next section, because most customers will skim content, it's good to highlight unique product features and benefits in bullet points. Here's a good example on MyProtein, key benefits of the product. Again, the goal here is to simply add more relevant content to the page while improving user experience and conversion rates. Okay. In the next section is the specifications. And yeah, we want to add this in table format. Like, you want to include any technical specifications, weight, dimensions, size, material, etc. And you want it to be in a clear table format like this. And the reason for that is because if it's in a table format, it actually allows you to get rich snippets on the SERP like this. Like you can see it here, right? One thing to note though is that, I have seen much less and less of these types of rich snippets appearing on the SERPs, but it's still important to have them just in case. It's good for user experience in the end. And if you can get a rich snippet like this, it's important that you do it, right? So this is how they do it on REI, right? It's a very simple table for specifications. Okay. And then next is the detailed product description below the product grid. I mean, below the, below the product, the specifications, the features and benefits, etc. This is where you can go into greater detail about the product, what makes the product different from other products. You're going to go into detail about the features and benefits you mentioned on top, in the bullet points, any ingredients, nutritional information, etc., suggested use, directions. You don't want to make this too long still, because it's still essentially a product page. The goal is not to inform them too much. I mean, the goal is still for them to convert, right? This isn't a blog post. And this is how basically Fair Pets did it, right? Keep it short, but full of valuable information. And then we have the FAQ accordion. The idea is simply to answer questions your customers might have before deciding to purchase. This is how Fair Pets do it. They've done it really well. And these are, really common, frequently asked questions, I think, right? What volume, is scoop size? How many servings are in one jar? Etc., etc., etc. And for implementation, we like to use this code done by Mircea Pitorca. It's really, it's really simple, user-friendly. And the best thing about it is that it automatically adds the FAQ structured data, which helps you get the rich snippets for FAQs. Okay. Next, and very important, is the product images. High quality product images are crucial for boosting conversion rates. A high conversion rate is important for SEO because, again, it signals to search engines that customers are finding exactly what they're looking for. So to improve conversion rates using images, you want to showcase the product clearly, highlight key features, and demonstrate usage, right? Here's a good example on Saris. You want to show the product clearly, demonstrate being used, even like some lifestyle photos, so they can, so the customers can imagine themselves using the product, right? And for SEO, here are some considerations. You want to avoid generic file names. You want to name the product like that. You want to name the image the actual product name plus whatever is happening on the image, right? Whether it's a feature or how it's being used. And for the alt text, you want to use a descriptive alt text, basically describing what's happening on the image. For image format, you want to use WebP or JPEG. They lower file sizes without compromising visual quality. We mentioned this in our Shopify site speed optimization training. Sizing and compression, you want to optimize image dimensions and compress files to optimize site speed, also mentioned in our site speed training. And I recommend using Crushpix to do this. It's like a one-click, like you install this app or plugin, and it takes care of everything for you. And then you want to implement lazy loading so that images loaded are loaded as they're needed rather than all at once. Again, it's a Shopify site speed thing. And the last thing is you want to create an XML sitemap. One thing to note here is that you want to make sure that it lists all images, not just the primary image on the product page. Okay. Next up, we have the customer reviews. Customer reviews are vital not just for SEO, but for e-commerce as a whole. They're fundamental in building trust with potential customers. So you want to make sure the reviews you want to make sure you have reviews on your product page, and that you're actively collecting reviews via email, right? When a person buys your product, you want to ask them, once they've received it, once they've used it, to, maybe give you a review in exchange for a discount on their next purchase. So this is how Fair Pets does it on their site. It's very clean. They even allow customers to upload images, which is great. Again, that helps with conversion rates. Okay. And one thing is you need to make sure is that you don't forget to use the review markup schema. That's how you get the star ratings on the search engine results page. These star ratings are a great way to increase CTR. Just look at the difference between IKEA, Wayfair, and Walmart. Like the Wayfair is taking up much less real estate on the SERP because they don't have the rich snippet, right? Like Walmart is ranking below them, but they're more clickable, in my opinion, because of the star rating, the price range, and even the 90-day, the return policy, right? And to get these rich snippets, you need to use product schema, which I will explain in the next slide. And one thing to note is that most review apps, will implement this, rich snippets schema out of the box, but you always want to double check to make sure. Okay, so these are the 4 types of schema you want to be using on product pages: product schema, review schema, FAQ page schema, and breadcrumb schema. Okay. Again, as I mentioned earlier, schema is what allows you to get the rich snippets on the search engine results page. And this not only improves SEO, but improves CTR as well, because your listings will stand out, right? Again, look at this. This is the difference between IKEA, Wayfair, and Walmart. Wayfair does not have any rich snippets. They literally just have one line here. At least they have the images. If they didn't have the images, then yeah, they would not have any SERP real estate. Okay. Yeah, next is the breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs are those small links at the top of the page that allow you to go back to the previous page you visited, right? So here's an example from Best Buy. They're not only useful for navigation, but if you implement breadcrumb schema, like I mentioned up here, you can actually get this rich snippet on the SERP, which isn't like very noticeable, but it's still important or useful to have, right? And to learn how to implement breadcrumbs properly, I recommend you take a look at our training on technical SEO for Shopify. There's a link here. Next, you want to have, if it makes sense, tag style category links. They provide a good way for your customers to explore related collections, categories, or products, just improving internal linking and internal linking and user experience throughout your site. Here's an example from Omni Fishing. So this is the tag style category links on their product page, so you can find similar, jigs based on technique, right? And the last thing is something you've probably seen a lot. You've probably seen this on Amazon, like it's the frequently bought together or products related to this item sections, right? And the goal here is to just simply recommend and link to other similar products or complementary products to the product that your customer is currently viewing, right? They don't only boost sales because they increase average order value, but it also improves user experience and improves navigation, like user navigation, right? And if users can navigate your site easier, that also means search engines can navigate your site easily, right? Okay, and yeah, that's it. That's everything you need to know about optimizing your Shopify product pages for SEO. If you implement these, I guarantee that your rankings and conversion rates / revenue will improve, right? And if you look at the playbook, optimizing your product pages is only like one small but very critical component of the whole playbook that you can see here. To actually get amazing results with SEO and unlock at least an additional $20,000 in monthly profit, you need to implement the whole playbook. You need a comprehensive SEO strategy. So that's it for this training. Up next is the training on supporting blog content. Having a blog on your Shopify store is incredibly important. So keep an eye out for that. It should be released within the next week or so. And if you don't have the time to learn and implement this whole playbook yourself, you should hop on a call with me. If you hop on a call with me, there's no obligation to work with us. So at the very least, you end up with a free SEO consultation and an SEO action plan that you can implement on your own. So yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for listening. Cheers. Hi guys, it's Mika Martinez, and in this video, I'm going to go over our training on blog content on Shopify stores. As you can see here, it is one step of the 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator playbook. This playbook is what you need to add at least $20,000 in monthly profit with SEO to your Shopify store. If you don't know who I am a Shopify SEO expert. I've been in the SEO space for over 6 years now. I've worked on over 200 plus projects, and I've helped scale some of them to over 7 figures in annual revenue. So let's get to the training. Okay. So, the importance of blog content on Shopify stores. Do Shopify stores even need a blog? Quick answer is yes. If you can recall, or if you've gone through our training on collection page optimization, you can see a chart there that shows that 80% of your revenue from SEO will actually go through your collection pages, right? So if 80% or a significant amount of revenue will come through your collection pages or your product category pages, then why do you need to post blog content? And I'll basically be answering that question in this training. So do Shopify stores need a blog? The short answer is yes. Why? Well, number one, I think this is pretty obvious. You can rank your blog content, right? Some search terms can only be targeted with blog posts or informational content. Creating content around these search terms allows you to increase your traffic potential. For example, the search term best cold pressed juicer, if you Google that search term, you can see that the pages ranking are not shopping pages. These are all pages with what we call informational search intent, right? Meaning you need a blog post to rank for the search term. You won't be able to rank for the search term with shopping pages, or it'll be difficult to rank for the search term with shopping pages. So it's important to not only have shopping pages selling cold pressed juicers on your site, but also a blog post reviewing the best cold pressed juicers, as you can see here, and possibly even other blog posts comparing types of juicers and how to use them, etc., etc. Because not only will this attract a lot of relevant traffic, but it'll actually also help with ranking your collection pages via internal linking and topical authority. And that's the key thing there. Yes, it's, blog posts are important because you can rank your blog content, but I think the key thing here, which we will expound on later, is that blog posts actually help with the ranking of your collection pages via internal linking and topical authority. And as I mentioned just earlier, your collection pages usually will account for at least 80% of your revenue from SEO. Okay. So blog content is also a powerful tool to drive additional revenue, even if it's not as much as the collection pages, right? So to maximize revenue from your blog posts, you can do three things. Number one, you can embed direct CTAs to your products within your blog posts. So this is how REI did it, right? They just have like an image and then a link to that product page. Number two, you can collect emails and nurture leads. Here's a simple yet effective email pop-up on Hydro Flask. I'm sure you've seen this before. It's very common on tons of e-commerce sites. It's just a simple pop-up offering a discount on your first order. That's the easiest way to collect emails. And number three, you can run retargeting ads. Using retargeting ads to follow up with visitors that have shown interest in your content but haven't made a purchase, is incredibly effective, right? These visitors have already fired up your cookie. You know that they're interested in your content. If they landed on a page that was like going over the types of juicers, they're very likely to purchase a juicer in the future. So it makes perfect sense to run retargeting ads to this audience. Okay. And yeah, the most important thing, I think, the reason you really need blog content on your Shopify store is that they improve the rankings of your shopping pages via internal linking and topical authority, right? And you know that your shopping pages are the most important pages on your site. So it's not necessarily the fact that they drive additional traffic or that they drive additional revenue. The main benefit to having a blog on your Shopify store is that they actually support the rankings of your shopping pages, which will drive a significant amount of revenue, right? And that's through, number one, internal linking. Internal links not only helps guide readers to your shopping pages, but also passes link juice, right? Improving their search rankings. That's the key thing there. Number two, topical authority. So topical authority is all about completely and comprehensively covering a topic to such an extent that search engines view your site as the authority or experts on that topic. Like, for example, if you wanted to rank a collection or product category page on cold pressed juicers, that one page isn't enough to build authority and topical relevance on search engines. You need to cover everything related to cold pressed juicers. You need to publish blog posts about how to make cold pressed juice. Are cold pressed juices healthy? Why is cold pressed juice better? Etc., etc. Right? And the last thing is, that's exactly what allows you to outrank large retail brands like Amazon, Target, and eBay. Because like these large brands are so large that they don't have these blog posts. They can't have all these blog posts. So they can't establish themselves as the authorities or experts in your industry. You can, right? So you should. Like it's what allows you to outrank them. It's what allows you to differentiate yourselves from these larger retail brands, right? Okay. So yeah, that's basically why you should have blog content on your Shopify store. That's the importance of blog content. Next, let's go over, how to optimize these blog posts for SEO. Okay, so this I had to include this slide because most people are, familiar with adding products and adding collection pages, but they have no idea how to create blog posts. It's very simple. You just need to go to your Shopify admin dashboard, go to online store, blog posts, and then create blog posts, right? And just like the shopping pages, you want to optimize the 3 key SEO elements. That's the title tag, the H1, and the URL. As you can see here, the title tag, the H1, and then the URL. And it's pretty straightforward. For the title tag, you want to have your target keyword at the start of your title tag. You can use up to 60 characters and use as many long tail keywords or modifiers as you can. For the H1, you want to keep it simple. Just have it as the target keyword. So if it's types of women's underwear, you want to make the H1 types of women's underwear. And for the URL, it's the same thing as the H1. You want to keep it as short as possible. So just keep it as your target keyword. So if it's types of women's underwear, then make your URL types of women's underwear. Pretty straightforward, right? Okay. And one thing that you need to take note of also is that when you click create blog post here, you can scroll to the bottom and there's this section called search engine listing preview. You want to click edit the website SEO. And that's basically where you can edit the page title, meta description, and URL. And again, as I mentioned here, you want to include your relevant keywords in these areas to maximize SEO. Like, yeah, the meta description has been, tested to not really affect SEO, but it does affect click-through rate because if you have the keyword there, it shows up as bold on the SERP. So you kind of want to make sure your meta description has your target keyword in there. Okay. Next, for content ideas. So for content ideas, you want to refer to your topical map. We discussed how to make a complete and comprehensive topical map in our training on Shopify keyword research. So you want to go back to that and refer to that on how to create a topical map. And then how to optimize the actual blog content for SEO. So again, effective SEO isn't just about using the right keywords or optimizing the key SEO elements. It's much more than that. It's about crafting content that's better than your competitors, right? So again, as you mentioned previously, you want to use your topical map to identify your target keywords or blog post ideas. You want to optimize the key SEO elements, title tag, URL, H1 around those keywords. And then the key thing here, I think, is to, analyze or take a look at your competitors' content, the content that's currently ranking on the search engine results page, and just make sure that your content is just as good or even better, right? You want to pay attention to what structure, like the structure of their content, what headings they're using, to basically make sure that you're pretty much covering the same thing or more, right? You want to ensure your content provides comprehensive coverage of the topic, including related subtopics and questions commonly asked by your target audience. The thing about topical authority is that it's not just about content breadth. Like, yes, it's important to have a lot of these different blog posts on your site, but it also takes into account content depth. So you want to make sure each of these blog posts aren't thin. You want to make sure that they're comprehensive and complete, right? And to determine whether they're comprehensive and complete, you just need to look at what's currently ranking on the SERP and just make sure that you're at least matching the amount of content on those pages or doing better, okay? And the last thing is to incorporate images, videos, and visuals to increase engagement and time on page. And to talk more about that, it's like, this is not just pleasing to the eye, but it actually improves user metrics like bounce rates, time on page. And those things have an indirect influence on SEO performance. You want to make sure you incorporate a mix of images, videos, infographics, tables, charts, etc., to break up text and make your content easier to read. Okay, so here's an example on Q for Quinn's types of women's underwear blog posts. They have a huge infographic on the different types of different body types, and that's just one out of probably 10 out of like 10 infographics they have on this page, right? So they do really well when it comes to adding these visuals on their blog content. Because again, yeah, large blocks of text are daunting to read, and most users these days, when they have short attention spans, they just see a large block of text and they're like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna look for something that's easier to read, right? Okay. So next, product CTAs. As mentioned earlier, blog content can drive additional revenue, especially if you embed direct CTAs to your products within your blog posts. And you can do this either, at the end of the blog post or in the middle of the blog post if it's relevant. This is an example on Fair Pets. They have these relevant CTAs at the end of every blog post. You can see it here. So yeah, they have a blog post on hip and joint supplements for dogs and cats. They have the blog post written out here. And then at the end of every blog post, they have this CTA depending on what the blog post is about, right? So if it was like a blog post about probiotics, this CTA would be to their probiotics product page. Okay. Next, internal links. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, internal links are essential yet often overlooked in SEO. There are countless times where I audit an e-commerce brand that has had SEO work done, where their previous SEO agency just published a lot of blog content and didn't really add the appropriate internal links, which is like such a waste, right? Like if you're publishing all this blog content, at least internally link them properly, because you're missing out on a lot of SEO value. Okay. Internal links do two things. Number one, they by linking to related articles or pages, you create a network that helps search engines understand the thematic structure of your content, improving topical relevance. Number two, page authority. Internal links distribute page authority across your site, improving the SEO potential of individual pages. What typically happens is that you don't want to build all your backlinks to your shopping pages because it looks unnatural. What you want to do is you want to write good blog posts and build backlinks to the blog post and internally link those blog posts to your shopping pages. That looks way more natural. And that's how you distribute that link juice or page authority to the shopping pages. So you can see, how a site like Healthline makes the most of their internal links, right? And the fact that they have like thousands and thousands of pages on their site, and they have internal links like pretty much in every section of their blog posts, right? Yeah, and keynote here, you don't only want to internally link to your shopping pages, you want to interlink to other relevant blog posts as well. Again, the goal is to basically show the search engine that you are the authority or expert in your industry, show the search engine that, basically make it easier for the search engine to crawl and understand like your website as a whole, okay? And the last thing, yes, is topical authority, right? Like search engines assess your brand's authority and expertise by evaluating how thoroughly and comprehensively you cover a topic. If you want to rank a collection page on cold pressed juicers, as I mentioned earlier, one collection page is not enough to build that authority or topical relevance on search engines. You need to cover everything related to cold pressed juicers. You need to publish blog posts about how to make cold pressed juice. Are cold pressed juices healthy? Why is cold pressed juice better? Etc. 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 Like you can see, these are the informational intent or the questions you can find on a tool like SEMrush. And when it comes to SEO, you want to prioritize on building content around a single topic cluster at a time. Like for example, like if you are going to start with cold pressed juicers, you want to write all the content around cold pressed juicers at first. You don't want to go to the masticating juicers yet, or whatever other juicers there are yet, because you want to be considered an expert on a single topic at a time. If you try to branch out very quickly, then it's going to be difficult to be identified or seen as the expert authority on a single topic when you have a competitor that's like just focused on that single topic, right? And once you've established authority in, like, let's say cold pressed juices, that one topic cluster, you can then gradually expand to related topics, right? You can create those connections, right? Like if you wanted to expand from cold pressed juicers to masticating juicers, you would create a blog post on cold pressed juicers versus masticating juicers, and create that connection, and then just build out that next topic cluster on masticating juicers. Okay, so here are some examples of brands that do this well, and I chose 3 brands that are, have very different situations, and I didn't pick super large brands because like when you're a really large brand, it's like it's hard to tell exactly how the blog content is helping, whether it's actually the blog content or if it's the fact that the brand has a very strong backlink profile. So I chose smaller brands that are doing really well in terms of SEO and that use blog content to basically improve their SEO. So the Soapery is an interesting one because they effectively use blog posts to support the rankings of their shopping pages. The blog posts only make up less than 7% of their total traffic. If you look at this on Ahrefs, you see that their blogs are not driving a significant amount of traffic, but you can see that their shopping pages, they rank for essential oils in the UK. So you can see that they're ranking really well for their shopping pages. And it's not just because they have these shopping pages, but also because they have over 210 blog posts on their site. And, they keep publishing these blog posts despite the fact that they're not, ranking or driving much traffic through these blog posts, because they understand the importance of internal linking and topical authority and how these blog posts support the rankings of their shopping pages, right? Next, Q for Quinn. Q for Quinn is an excellent example of how producing high quality content can rank well, right? Like obviously Q for Quinn's main priority is to rank their shopping pages, but as you can see here, their blog content accounts for over half of their organic traffic, and you can see why, because their blog content is very well done, right? Like it's very comprehensive, it's very complete. It's arguably the best piece of content for this specific search term, right? And there's, they use visuals, a lot of visuals to demonstrate that, and they do everything well. They internally link to their different other relevant content, etc., etc. So yeah, Q for Quinn is a great example of how to write content that's optimized for SEO. And the last one is Fair Pets. Fair Pets is interesting because they're a relatively small site. They're new. They just relaunched their website earlier this year. And it's a great example of how, rapidly publishing a lot of blog content can quickly boost SEO results and establish your brand as an industry authority, right? So in a few short months, they've published over 100 blog posts, and those blog posts are ranking. It's helping their shopping pages rank as well. And yes, this may seem like a little bit of traffic, but again, they've just gotten started, and I see in the very near future, if they keep doing what they're doing, if they make sure to do everything we've just discussed really well, then I'm sure their traffic is going to continue to increase, right? Because if you look at their site, like it's, like there are some issues, like the fact that their H1s are, full of keywords or words that aren't their target keyword, and they have really long URLs, and I can be nitpicky about it, but in the end, the content on the site is really good. They internally link to their product category pages. They internally link to their product pages, other relevant articles, and they have like product CTAs at the bottom of every blog post. So this is a very good start, right? Like there are stuff that needs to be refined though, but you can see that, in a few months, I think it was less than 3 months, that they've gotten pretty good results despite that, okay? And yeah, that's everything you need to know about optimizing supporting blog content for SEO. As I mentioned at the start of this training, it's just one aspect of the broader 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator Playbook. If you want to unlock an additional $20,000 in monthly profit with SEO, you need to use this whole playbook. You need to do each of these steps really well. So yeah, that's it for now. I hope this was helpful. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the school community. The next step is link building, which is the most important ranking factor of all. it's even more and more important these days, I think, with the rise of AI content, etc. So yeah, that's going to be a good one. And yeah, thanks for listening. That's it for now. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. All right. So this is the link building overview for Shopify, or actually for e-commerce in general. Um, oh, yeah, so this is an overview. We won't get into too much detail here, but this will give you an understanding of how links are built for e-commerce brands. And yeah, so let's dive in. I'm Chris Graham, by the way, the co-founder of 607 Media. Been doing this for a while, and I'm the one in charge of the off-page SEO stuff. You guys probably know Miko already if you're in our school. If you're not, please do join our school community. It's great. You'll love it. We share all our secrets there. We do have a 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator program, which is completely done for you. But if you want to do this yourself, that's totally fine. We share everything. That's what this video is for. That's what all our other videos and courses and documents are for. So yeah, all right. So link building for Shopify. What is link building? So it's a process of getting other websites to link back to yours. Okay, these backlinks are crucial because they tell search engines that your site is a good site and not a bad site. You can look at them like votes, right? They're a big deal. Um, they say that your site is valuable. You check any top ranking website for a competitive keyword, and you'll see it has hundreds or even thousands of backlinks, right? Uh, if you want to get better rankings, you need to have a good backlink strategy for your e-commerce brand. Yeah. Okay, so types of link building. There's many ways to build links. There's different kinds of links. But I just wanted to kind of focus on what's relevant to Shopify brands or to e-commerce brands. So I have these five kind of types of links or types of link building strategies, right? So number one, foundational links. Okay, these are basic, easy to acquire links, but they are important because they are the foundation. They signal to the search engines that your site is uh, exists, that it exists. It signals to the search engines that your site is not fake. It also sends some signals about what your site is about, right? These kind of links are like business directories, social media profiles, things like that. Okay, next, guest posting and niche edits. This is the bread and butter for e-commerce brand link building. So what is it? Guest posting is writing articles for other websites, and in those articles they link back to your site. It's great because you get to control the content of that page, right? Because you're writing it. You get to control the anchor text, and where the link is going to go. You can make it go to a specific collection page, for example, which is very, very useful. And for example, so if you're a curtain brand, you could make a blog post in an interior design website or an interior design blogger site and make it link back to your shop, basically, or to a specific collection page. Okay, niche edits. Niche edits are basically the same thing except it's on existing content. So let's say that interior design website, you've found an article that's relevant to you, to your brand or your page, and you then send a request, ask them to edit the article, and make it link to your page, to a specific page. So it's faster. It's usually more powerful because that page, since it's existing already, it probably has it ideally it has some traffic, so it passes that link juice straight to the page that you're targeting, right? All right, next is help a reporter out. Uh, HARO is a platform where journalists, request expert quotes and insights. HARO actually changed its name, but I like calling it Help a Reporter Out because it captures better uh, what this strategy is about. I think it's called Connectively. It's a new brand. But basically, the idea here is on this platform, journalists give queries and they ask for quotes on things. For example, they could ask, oh, what's the best curtain design, or what kind of curtains should one person use? Um, if there's a lot of light coming in from the window, for example, they might ask questions like that. They might ask medical questions, and it's a chance for your brand to show its expertise by answering it, right? So you respond to the relevant queries with, valuable information, and if you get selected, then you get a link back to your site. Okay, all right. Next is linkable assets. So the idea here is you create assets that are so good that people link to it. It's simple, but obviously it's not easy, right? But examples of these are comprehensive guides, infographics, calculators. You create them, put them on your site, and then you can do a little bit of outreach to relevant sites. And so, say for example, I made a really really good infographic about how to choose the right curtain for your house, right? And it says it's really helpful. It's really really detailed. Then aside from putting it on your site, you could also do outreach to relevant sites and say, hey, this is an infographic. It's been really helpful to our audience. You, if you find it helpful too, please do link to it. And yeah, and basically that's one way to build backlinks to your site. Next is digital PR. So using public relations strategies to secure high quality backlinks. So basically the idea is you have a good story, a good press release, some insight, and you're pitching it to journalists and bloggers, right? So if you have some kind of data-driven insight that you found, you put it together into an article or a press release, and then you do some outreach to journalists. And if they like it, they'll write about it, they'll post it, and you get some really high quality backlinks, right? All right, next is understanding link quality. So not all backlinks are equal. Some are good, some are bad. So here are some factors that influence the quality of a backlink that you should understand. So do follow and no follow. Do follow links are standard valuable links that pass on the link juice. No follow links don't pass much value. Um, and so not that you should never have no follow links. You should have a good mix of them, but you do want to focus your efforts on getting to follow links, right? All right. And anchor text. So anchor text is the visible clickable text in a hyperlink. Okay. So what's the importance? Well, for example, if you want to link to a page about office chairs, an appropriate anchor text is going to be needed. So preferably something like office chairs, right? So it's a way to send the proper signals to the search engines about what certain pages are about, right? So the idea is to use descriptive, relevant anchor text, but still keep it natural. Because when it starts to become unnatural, then that can get scary, right? We don't want to stick out like a sore thumb compared to all your competitors. Okay, relevance. So page relevance and website relevance. What are we talking about here? Um, the link that you want should be coming from a relevant source. So the page ideally should be, relevant to your site. So in a guest post, you want that article to be related to curtains if you want it to link to a curtains collection page, right? And also ideally, the website itself where that page is on should be relevant to your industry. Uh, Connecting it to the example I said earlier, an interior design site is relevant to your curtain brand. So that would make a lot of sense. That would be a good backlink. The more relevant, the better. All right, domain rating and domain authority. These are metrics that SEO tools have. So SEMrush, for example, uses domain authority. Ahrefs uses domain rating, and it gives it gives you a sense of the website's overall authority, right? Basically, in short, you want higher DRs and higher DAs. but you do want to be careful because they can be manipulated. So you 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 want to you want to look at this metric in context with these other factors as well. All right, linked page. So this is a key factor because it is important what page you're linking to. All right, if you want a page to rank, like a collection page to rank, then you send links to it. But you do not want to overdo it. So if competitors have, only 10 links to a page, and you build 30, that's scary. You don't want to do that. You're sticking out like a sore thumb. Sore thumb, you could be penalized. You want to avoid things like that. So you want to keep things natural, basically. Natural. So you do have to sort through backlinks. You can't just um, build anything and everything. So how many backlinks do you need? So the answer is it depends. Okay, so it depends on your competition. Um, the more backlinks, the better. And if your competitors have more backlinks, then you need as much as they do plus plus. Okay, so the way we do that is we conduct a link gap analysis. So this is what a link gap analysis is. So here's, say for example, this is your website. You use SEMrush or Ahrefs to filter out your backlinks to only show the do follow backlinks and to only show links that have at least a DR or a DA of 30, and you see how many you have. So here there are 105 in this example, right? 105 referring domains filtered, with those metrics do follow DR30 plus only. And so what you do with that number 105 is you compare it with the numbers of your competitors. So let's say we apply those same filters to a competitor and they have 276 referring domains. Analyze 2 to 3 more and you might have an average of around 203 referring domains. So based on this, we have 105 referring domains, there's an average of 203. We need about 98 more referring domains. So this is I mean, the more the better, but at least this gives you a goal to hit, right? So spread that 98 over 24 months. You can aim for 4 new backlinks per month. I would say in this example, we'd aim for probably 6 to 8, maybe more, just to keep pace with competitors' backlinks too. And this is obviously this link gap analysis is something you should do every once in a while to make sure you're, staying competitive. All right, so avoid spam links. So beware of spam links. You can buy links from Fiverr. You can buy links. You probably received some emails offering backlinks, but those are generally low quality. You can double check to see if some of them are good, but they're usually low quality, and you know, uh, they either don't give any benefit to your site, but at worst they could even harm your rankings, right? So you want to avoid spammy links. So how do you know if a link is spammy or not? Well, you check it out. So is the link that could link to your site, is it a real website that people care about? Open it up. Does it look good? Uh, does it look clean? Is it talking about a certain industry, or is it talking about many different things? Basically, is it a real website, right, that people care about? The other thing to check is history. So you can use Wayback Machine to see if the domain has been, purchased and rebuilt. Um, if it has been about, something else, a different topic before. Not that that's always a bad thing, but just check it out, right? You can see it. It could be, um, yeah, it could be a casino site before, but now it's suddenly an interior design site. It's like, huh? That's a flag for sure. Relevance. So is the site relevant to your niche, right? Is it talking about the things that your brand is about, right? You wanna you wanna avoid general blogs that are set up to just sell links. So you if you open up a site and you get the sense that it's just about everything and anything, then it could be a site that's set up just to sell links. So you want to avoid those. Okay, traffic. So does the site have real organic traffic? Is it trending upward or is it at least stable? I would say a bare minimum is 1,000 visitors per month is what you want to have at least, and you want to avoid any sudden dips in traffic because that could mean that it was hit by a penalty, right? And quality backlinks. So does the site itself have high quality backlinks? If yes, then great. If not, then you're passing bad link juice to your site if it doesn't have good quality uh, backlinks, right? So yeah, obviously prioritize quality over quantity. A few high quality links are better than many low quality ones. Okay. All right. So I'd just like to say, we have our 10x Shopify SEO Accelerator program, which is it's a done for you program that helps Shopify brands add $20,000 in monthly profit. But if you do want to do these things yourself, that's totally fine. We will keep sharing our secrets. But if you specifically want help with your off-page SEO, if you just want, to get a certain number of links to your site every month, we can help you out with that. We can study your niche, your topic, and do the outreach for you and build the links for you, basically. So if you're interested, just reach out, email Miko at 607media.com, and yeah, we'll have a chat. All right, well, that's it. That's the link building overview for Shopify. I hope you guys found this helpful. Um, Feel free to ask me or Miko any questions. And yeah, all right. See you guys in the community. Bye. Hello, everyone. Um, I am Chris. It's me again, and I'm going to be teaching you guys how to build the foundational backlinks for your e-commerce brands. All right, so let's get started. What are foundational links? So these links are the basic essential backlinks that every e-commerce brand should have, right? I like to look at them like the base layer of your backlink profile. These include social profiles, which you probably already have, citations, entries in local directories, and some Web 2.0 sites, places like Medium, Behance, things like that. Why are they important? So number one, you need to establish your brand's identity because Google probably doesn't know who you are. The reason why we do foundational links is because we want to help search engines understand your identity. In SEO we call that your entity. And what we're doing when we build foundational links is called entity stacking, right? And this is crucial for ranking. Google has to know who you are to be able to place you in your appropriate rank. All right, number two, yep, it's necessary for ranking, just like I said. You're going to need some form of entity recognition, especially the newer brands, right? And foundational links will do that for you. Number three, we want Google's trust. Trusted websites linking to your signals reliability. And Google needs other websites it trusts to link to your brand website so that it trusts you, so that it knows who you are. The other reason why we do foundational links is, it's more efficient. So you can create content to earn Google's trust. You might as well do foundational links as well, right? You're going to be doing that anyway as part of your on-page strategy. But doing foundational links offers a quicker way to build trust. And a lot of the foundational links you can build are free. All right. So yeah, why are they so awesome? They're safe. Foundational links are safe. They're free. They're endorsed by Google because Google recommends that you set these up, that you build social profiles, that you build citations, that you get listed. So there's almost no reason not to do foundational links. All right. So next question is how? How does one build foundational links? Well, it depends because um, they're different, right? Depends on the type of foundational link. Depending on the platform or site, you might have to set it up in a different way. But here's what you need to remember. you want to set up the link so that you're sending the right signals. So don't just set up a social profile and add your website to the about page. Fill up the info, post some content, pictures, whatever is appropriate. Okay. So it's not very helpful to say it depends as an answer to the question how to build foundational links. So we put together a guide featuring 30 foundational links with instructions to make it easier for you guys. So here it is. 30 foundational links. I have instructions for setting up a link on GitHub, on Medium, on Behance. All right, and you wanna you wanna set up as many links as possible and wherever appropriate for your brand. So here's the list. I don't think I need to go through all of them on this video, but the instructions are there to help you guys out. All right, what about citations? So citations are a type of foundational link, right? They're essential mentions of your business on other websites. They usually have your business name, address, and phone number, and you can create this yourself, right? But it'll take a lot of time. So we don't do this ourselves. We usually outsource this. We use SEO Builder. We trust them. Uh, they do things quickly and reliably. And yeah, so if you want to do this yourself, you can, but we just outsource this. So yeah. To make things easier, I have some sample citation data here. So this is a fictional business. Yeah, so you just need to prepare your business name, the your name if you're the owner, the address, city, telephone number, website URL, business description. You probably have this ready already. You can use AI to help you generate these things if ever. Um, yeah, all the data that you can fill it up, and yeah, um, this is basically the stuff you need for ordering citations or for doing it yourself. Keywords, you probably have this ready already, but for example, for this example, this is this company does security gates and fencing and rust protection. So some keywords are security gates, aesthetic fencing, rust protection. Yeah, basically the keywords are your shopping page keywords. Social links you have them prepared, and the company logo. All right, so how many foundational links do I build? We like to build at least 30. So that's a target we created for ourselves. I think it's a good safe number to reach for. Could probably do with less, but go for 30. Might as well go for 30, right? Once again, these links are free. There's almost no reason to not build them. And that's pretty much it. All you need to know about foundational links are pretty straightforward. You build them yourself, um, except for citation links, at least in our case. But yeah, they're pretty straightforward. Set up that base layer of links before we start doing other forms of link building. Uh, Set these up so that Google will know who you are, will understand your identity, and yeah, set the foundation for ranking on page 1. So yeah, that's it. As usual, please don't be afraid to reach out to me or Miko for any questions about this on the community. All right, guys. Bye. Hello, hello. This is the guest posting and niche edits for Shopify video. On this video, I'm going to go through the Gamma document, be teaching you guys how to do guest posts for your Shopify brand, how to do niche edits. And this is going to be a pretty detailed video, so it's going to be long. So yeah, if you need to take a break, take a break. But at least you know that all the info you need to get started here, all the info you need to build guest posts, which is like the bread and butter of backlinks. At least you know that all that info is here. All right, so let's get started. It's me, Chris. You guys know Miko. Okay, Okay. What is guest posting? So guest posting, also known as guest blogging, is the strategy of writing and publishing a blog post on another company's website. So on that blog post, it's understood that there will be a link back to your site, right? So um, this is a diagram of it. Uh, this is your brand site right here. And these are the other websites that we would then reach out to and have a guest post in. And in that guest post, you'll be linking to a page of your brand site, right? A page or the domain. So it's one of the many ways you can build links. But for us, this is the bread and butter for for the off page aspect of your SEO campaign, right? So I think it's a good skill to have. Um, it's a good skill to have to know how to do yourself, or make sure you have a good set of suppliers helping you out with this. So why is this important? Why is guest posting important? Well, because it has a lot of benefits, right? So ranking signals is the main benefit. Backlinks give good signals, right? Links are still the number one factor for most search engines, and all factors being held equal, the web pages with high quality backlinks are usually the ones that perform better, right? Google checks out the backlinks pointing to your site to figure out where to rank you. So the better the quality of sites that are linking to you, then the better signals you're giving Google and other search engines. So it's like a vote of confidence, right? And we covered this a bit in the link building overview, but it's worth saying it again. Um, if if your site is valuable, then you'll be linked to. That's the reasoning behind this. So we want to get people to link to us. All right. So, but why guest posts specifically? Well, so there's a lot more control in guest posts. Um, Number one, the content. So in the guest post, in the post in the other site, you get to decide the topic and scope. So obviously, you can make it about a specific. You can make it about your brand, or you can make it about your topic. You can make it about a specific page in your site. For example, if you're a curtain brand, you can make the guest post about how to design curtains, or how to choose what curtains you should have in your room to still allow the light in and things like that, which will obviously be very relevant to a few of your collection pages, right? You get control over the anchor text. You can choose where the link will be and specify the anchor text to make sure it aligns with your SEO targets, right? So this allows you to really drill down on sending a certain signal. For example, if you're going to link to a collection page on sheer curtains, then the anchor text should be appropriate to that, and you have control over that here. And the target URL, basically where the link is going to direct to, you have control over that if you're making the guest post, right? As compared to other link building strategies and techniques where you don't have as much control here. All right, the ease of link building. Um, it's not super easy, but it is something that is relatively easy to compared to other ways to build backlinks, right? It's one of the most, yeah, here's a good word. It's one of the more straightforward methods to secure backlinks. So it's a good staple to have. It's something you should have in your off-page strategy. Other good reasons are referral traffic. It's another door for different visitors to find you, especially if the website you're putting your guest post in already has traffic. You also build relationships both with suppliers and with other sites, right? So it's good to which is always helpful in any business, right? Um, yeah, sometimes the best part of guest posting is the friends we make along the way. Are the friends we make along the way. Um, yeah, just trying to make this entertaining for you guys, teaching you guys about backlinks and also having a little fun. So brand awareness is obviously another benefit. Every link out there is a chance to introduce someone to your brand. So this is a way to get your brand out. This is a way to get your brand out all around the internet. All right. So So how do we do it? How do we do guest post link building? We know that it's important. We know why we need it. We know why it's a good staple to have. So how are we going to do guest post link building? All right. First, we have to target. Okay. The first step is targeting, choosing the right targets for your links. And a good rule of thumb is for the first 3 months, 50 to 75 of your links should point to your main domain, right? And the rest, so the 25 to 50%, should target your low-hanging fruit pages. So these are collection pages that are close to ranking in the top three that can quickly start generating revenue. And that's what we want, right? Why else are we doing SEO except to bring more traffic to our brand and bring more revenue? Um, so this is a good rule of thumb we follow. Obviously depends on how old or new your brand is, if it already has been doing some backlink building, but this is a good focus. And then after a few months, you'll want to tweak your strategy based on your competition and based on your results. The point here is you want to make sure there's enough links to your domain. It will, you have to juice the root basically. Make sure there's enough links to your domain, and then later on you can focus more on the other pages after. All right. Yeah, we mean business here. All right. Wait, how do I find the lowest hanging fruit? Okay, easy. Well, you're going to need some tools, okay? So there's a quick note here about using SEMrush. So, and the instruction here is on how to use SEMrush. There's other tools out there, Ahrefs, but the instructions we give here is for SEMrush, and it's easily translatable into Ahrefs if you know your way around a little bit. But yeah, you do need SEO tools to do SEO. All right, so let's assume you have SEMrush as your tool. What you're going to do is you go to SEMrush's organic research tool and filter to positions 4 to 10. All right, and so the result is it's the pages that you have that are ranking 4 to 10. Okay, so this is the low hanging fruit. It means that they're in the first page already, but they're not on top 3 yet, right? And when there's low hanging fruit from a tree, you pick those fruits first. Makes sense, right? So from here, you pick about 3 to 5, depending on your monthly link building budget, and save them in your notes somewhere. And these will be the pages you'll be targeting for the month, along with your domain, of course, like we said in the previous slide. Step 2, prospect for sites or blogs that you want to link to your targets. So, to put it simply, we search the World Wide Web for sites that you want links from. So they should be topically relevant, they should have high quality metrics, and they should not be spammy. So um, we'll dive into that in the later slides. So where do we find them? Um, so yeah, this is one of the most important parts, right? Prospecting, basically prospecting for those sites who you want to link to, right? It's good to have a good process. So I'm going to show you the process we use, because it's been really good for us, right? Prospecting strategy. So competitors' backlinks. This is always helpful. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So your SEO competitors are ranking for keywords that you want to. So checking their backlink profile is a really good thing to do. It's a great first step, right? So, but first you need to determine your SEO competition, right? And note that competition isn't always the same as SEO competition. SEO competition are the brands that are winning on the SERPs that you want to win in, and they may or may not be your direct competition as a brand, right? In other aspects, for example, you can have a brand that also sells curtains, but isn't winning on the SERP that you want to win in. In that case, they're not your SEO competition. Okay, so SEMrush is a keyword overview tool. It helps you check the results of a few of the main keywords you want to rank for. So let's use the example sheer curtains. You scroll down, you'll find the search engine results page, or the SERP, and from there you choose the top ranking sites that may have a backlink profile that you want. So here you'll see that uh, the results include target, right? curtain shop, half-priced drapes, Walmart. So these two are who will pick curtain shop and half-priced drapes. Um, so I explain why, right? So I didn't include Target, Walmart, or IKEA. So they may have great backlinks, but they're really, really large sites. And if you're going to scrape for their backlinks, you're going to have a lot of sites in your prospect list that may be a waste of time, right? Either they're definitely not going to give you a link, or they're not related because IKEA, Walmart, and Target sell things other than curtains, right? So it's better to target sites closer to your size, more niche brands, and to avoid any brand that's too big. So that's why we picked these two sites. So repeat this process until you have at least 5 domains of your SEO competition, going through the different keywords you want to rank for. Yeah, you can always go back to this step to do this again and again later on in your SEO campaign. So next, you have the list of your SEO competition. Now it's time to scrape their backlink profile. SEMrush can do this also. So you go into the backlink analytics tool of SEMrush and click the backlinks tab. And after that, so here in this example, we put halfpriceddrapes.com. After that, set up the filters to zero. Set up the filters to zero in on the backlinks that are guest posts. Um, you know, so so these filters are I set up for you guys just to make it simpler. So set up to the follow link. So we only want to reach that give us a follow link and not a no follow link. Links per referring domain, just set it to 1 so that on the output from SEMrush, it's just going to show 1 link per domain. Placement content, this is a helpful one. It'll give you the backlinks of halfpriceddrapes.com where the links are in their content. This means that most likely it's a guest post link. So if the link was in their header or in some weird place, it might not have been a guest post, in which case it wouldn't be very useful to reach out to that backlink because they probably won't give you the guest post anyway. And set up platform to be blog, so this will also limit the results. And you can adjust the filters to be broader or more specific depending on how many results you get. Then you export the results. All right, so now you have a prospect list, right? So you can further filter this, right? So this is an important point. Even after reaching out to your prospects, when they reply, you'll get a chance to do a final vet anyway. So this step of further filtering your prospect list can be optional, but the more you filter, then the work you have to do later on can be more efficient, right? So it's an efficiency decision that you have to make for yourself. So here's how we do it though. We filter it further by using bulk analysis. So SEMrush has a bulk analysis tool, and you can input the backlinks you just exported. Set the results to root domain and click compare. And then you have the results, right? So now you have a bunch of data for all the domains that you've scraped from your SEO competitor. Now we can further filter it, and I would filter it to only the domains that have monthly visits more than 1,000, because a site is healthy if it's getting traffic. If it's not getting much traffic, it's probably not liked by Google. So you do not want to have a backlink from a site that is not liked by Google or search engines. So if it has some traffic, then you know that okay, this site's probably all right. Got cut there. All right. So you've exported the results from the bulk analysis tool, and now you can do some further filtering. So what I would do is I would filter monthly visits greater. I would filter to just have the domains that have monthly visits greater than 1,000. Why? Because if a site doesn't have any traffic, it's probably not liked by search engines, right? If it doesn't have any search traffic, then it's not liked by search engines. Makes sense. So if it's getting at least 1,000 traffic, you know that okay, it's getting some traffic. It's probably relatively healthy. Next, I would also, require an authority score of 15 or above. And if your site is bigger, has an authority score or has a backlink profile that's better, you can increase this number to make sure you only get backlinks um, of a higher caliber. And now you have a list of prospects to reach out to. You have the refined prospect list, basically. And you can repeat this process for all the other SEO competitors that you found. All right, so that's why we filter, right? So there's not too many prospects to reach out to. A quick note on other prospecting strategies. You can get creative with it, right? Because the point is just to reach out to all the sites that are relevant to you. So instead of using SEO competition and scraping their backlinks, which is what we did, you can find any site in your niche, right? And do the same. For example, other curtain sites, not necessarily SEO competition, you can scrape them too, because if they're curtain sites, they probably have some relevant backlinks behind them, right? So it's just more efficient to start with SEO competitors, but you can then move on to other sites in your niche. Also, you can find any site in a related or relevant niche. For if I had a curtain brand, interior design blogs, maybe mom blogs or family blogs, and include them as well for their backlinks, right? You can reach out to them too, and you can include them. You can scrape their backlinks too, because if they're in a relevant, related niche, so their backlinks could be related to you as well. Um, Always remember the key thing here is to stay natural, right? You don't want to get an outdoor blog linking to your curtain brand. At least uh, the way I think of curtain brands, I don't think that's relevant at all. So it should always make sense and feel organic. All right. So and how do we do this? How do we reach out? How do we find those sites? So Google is easy. You search the main keywords and scrape the results. You can also use SEMrush's keyword overview tool. You input the keyword and then click export, and you'll get results in an Excel or CSV file ready for the rest of the process, right? So yeah, you get to see related sites to that certain keyword. So aside from sheer curtains, you could put curtains, you could put interior design, you could put home improvement, things like that. Any related keyword. All right, so now you have a list of domains you want to reach out to, right? You filtered it down. Next is to get the emails or contact details because you're going to reach out to them and you're going to ask them, "Hi, can I do a guest post?" How do we do that? Well, you have to use tools and it'll cost some money. You can do it without tools, and I'll talk about that later. But I would highly recommend snov.io has worked really well for us. It gives really good results, pretty clean list. And hunter.io is also another option I've tried before. It is also pretty good. I know some SEOs use Hunter. We use Snov right now, so I'd recommend that. I'm sure there's more, but just this is what these are the brands that we have experience with. All right. So question: what if we don't want to spend money on prospecting tools? What if we don't want to spend money on finding a domain's contacts? You can do it manually, but it'll take much more time, and it I don't think it's I don't think it's worth it because you might not find what you need to find anyway. And these tools really have good databases. What's the plural for databases? But they have a good database, and they have what you need. But anyway, you might not be able to use these tools. Okay, so you simply have to go through each domain and go to their contact details, go through this site yourself, and look at their contact details. And ideally, you find an email of a person and not like a general email like info@domain.com, but actually something like chris@domain.com or john@domain.com. Because if you reach out to real people, then you're not talking to a robot or to a bot, right? Or to someone who will see your email and just put in the trash. So searching each site's social media also is another way. or the social media of the site owners, right? Which you can find on the brand site on the domain on the about page, and look for contact details from there. And filling out contact forms on websites and reaching out there, asking about the guest post there is also another option. So some people have done this. Number three is actually something that some people spend time on, and it is pretty much worth it, because the contact forms almost always go to the website owners, and so they'll see it. If you craft a good message, then they could reply. And then also reaching out through the social media profiles and platforms themselves, like, hi, you know, um, you know, you can talk about their site, and then you can say, are you open to receiving guest posts, right? All right, so you have the details of your prospects, right? You have the domains and you have the details of reaching out. Next is to reach out to them. So here I'm going to teach you how to craft a message that your prospects will want to open and reply to. Send the messages in bulk without getting them into spam folders, and manage your inbox so that you maximize the opportunities to get links. All right. Yeah, we have to really build the best message we can. Okay. In emails, subject lines. All right. Every email starts with a subject line, and the job of the subject is to get the recipient to open the email. Just like you, your prospects get a ton of emails every day. So it needs to be highly relevant to the receiver, and it has to grab their attention. If it grabs their attention and isn't highly relevant, they'll consider it spam, right? Um, but if it's both, then it should work out, right? So yeah. So how do we make it stand out? You can personalize it, right? Including the receiver's name. The subject line, if you can, is really good. Ask questions. Subject lines with questions work well. Pique their curiosity. Um, Example, a question about domain.com. Uh, as a site owner, that would pique your curiosity, right? Or let's say, hi Chris, I have a question about domain.com, or curtains.com. If it was a curtain brand, then that would pique my interest if I owned that brand, right? Being funny also, humor works. It works well for us. So find ways to be funny in the subject line. Works well. Uh, Mix and match. Try a combination of the above for extra impact. So uh, we like to use jokes and find it's effective. So if you can incorporate a joke in the subject and answer it in the message, that could work well. It's been working well with us. You can try it out for your niche, right? Uh, Body. The next part of the email is the body. So the goal is to explain the intention to write content for the site and the type of content that you specialize in, right? Explain that you're willing to pay any publishing fees if necessary, and make it clear that a do follow link is desired. That's the main goal of the body. So publishing fees. So really, we're gonna pay for these links? And the answer is, yeah, most likely you will, right? Some people, very very few people, don't, um, but I would question that too. Uh, and let's go through that a little bit. Notes on buying links. So it's important to be aware that Google doesn't officially support buying links. They feel that buying links will lead to manipulation, and Google words it this way. Any links that are intended to manipulate rankings in Google search may be considered link spam. Okay, but the thing is, the truth is, so everyone does it, even if some won't admit it. So I would question anyone who says they're not doing it. Um, Paid backlinks work really well, provided you're doing it properly and you're not doing anything spammy, right? And by following our recommended link building process, you're building links safely. All right. Uh, just paid backlinks still work, and they work really well. Okay. You can see these graphs to prove it. As referring domains increase, so does traffic. It works. Okay. Um, Next, guest post template. Let's be honest. Some of you may have like forwarded to this part or would skip straight to this slide. And if you use our template, it could work and it could work out okay. But really, if you really take the time to focus on what your niche, what your sites that you're reaching out to could be looking for, and really craft a good message, then you will do better than 70% of people who would just use this template. Okay? If everyone uses this template, it loses its effectiveness. And since this template is here and it's free, everyone will use it. So you have to work it out. You have to make it so it's yours, right? Subject. So quick question, Chris, the body here. So I'm Chris from domain.com, and I just wanted to ask blah, 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 right? And so, yeah, this is a good template. It does everything you need to. Notice that it's short. Notice it's straight to the point. And that's what you need to do. Yeah. Use this as you wish. Tweak it to make it uniquely yours and get creative. Yeah, you don't want to be one of the generic guest post templates that are sent around, because if you are, then it won't be opened, it won't be replied to. All right, so how do we send the message? Sending the message. To send your guest post, you'll need an email outreach tool. So instantly.ai, highly recommend it. It works really well, really love it. It's the best in the industry, in our opinion. Stands out from all the competition, but it's up to you. Snove.io, which is a tool that we recommended for getting emails of prospects, also has an email outreach feature. I haven't tried it, but I can vouch for the quality of the emails it can help you find. So maybe that part of their tool is good too. That's another option. Lemlist is another option. I know some people use that, and Gmass. Some people use Gmass. If you're looking for a quick start, just use Instantly. You can try it out for free, and it isn't free though, by the way. Instantly isn't free, but you can try it out for free. And um, don't spend too much time here. If you don't know what to do, just choose Instantly. It works really well. I've liked it from the start when we switched to it. All right, setting up and sending. Um, Basically, each platform has its own setup, right? And if you chose Instantly, then they have their tutorials. I put a link to it here, and they have really good customer support. Once you sign up, they'll guide you through every step, right? But here's some principles to keep in mind, which should be explained to you anyway when you set up your email sending platforms. So for email volume, start out slow, because these are cold email campaigns. These guys haven't, the people reaching out to haven't received any email from you before. So start slow and warm up your emails first. I'll explain what that means later. Basically, well, no, I'll explain it now. It involves sending, a few emails that are designed to be opened, read, and replied to, and basically increase the volume of those warm-up emails until your sending email is healthy and it has a good reputation, and then it's less likely to be flagged as spam that way, right? So yeah, so warm up your emails and then begin with about 20 cold emails per day from each account, and increase little by little after a few weeks. Email accounts per domain. Limit the number of email accounts sending. So this will make more sense when you set it up, but each of your emails, for example, chris at domain.com, uh, you can only have so many emails in at domain.com before it starts to get fishy, right? So you're gonna have to, if you're gonna be reaching out a lot, you might have to buy other domains like, uh, for example, domain.com would be like, uh, you know, uh, domainideas.com or things like that, or 607 media would be like 607mediamarketing.com. So it's you would buy it and set up emails under that. And obviously technical setup, uh, all the platforms should give you what you need here, but just make sure that that's properly configured. There's a bunch of resources for this online. Like I said, Instantly just makes that part really, really easy. If some of these terms sound unfamiliar, they'll make a lot of sense once you start setting it up. All right, next is replying and closing the link. ABC, always be closing, right? The point is to secure that link. This is a long process, right? And it's been more than 20 minutes, I think, by now. So, but don't lose the main goal, which is to get that link. Whether it's a free link or paid link, don't lose sight of that. So when you get a positive reply, which is like uh, any question clarifying about it or saying yes, so that's positive. But even any questions clarifying about what you mean or about the guest post, that's a positive reply. What you want to do is want to do final vetting. You do a last check on their site. And I have a checklist here that you can go through. And this ensures the site meets your standards and is truly beneficial to your backlink profile. Check for language, security. I have notes for each of this. Metrics can be checked with these tools like SEMrush or whatever tool you use. Organic traffic, things like that. Some of this we've already filtered out, but it's good to double check. Yeah, so go through that checklist for a final vet. Next is negotiation. Once the site passes your final vetting, time to discuss terms. If you're buying a link, I put up some pricing benchmarks. The final, price can vary. Like if a site has if a site's really good, really relevant, has a higher traffic volume, their price might be higher, and maybe it's okay. Maybe you should take it anyway, right? But here are some pricing benchmarks for their AS, which is a value on SEMrush, um, on what they could be charging you, what could be fair. But like I said, case to case, right? If it's a really good site, if it costs a little more, maybe that's okay, right? Yeah, obviously with inflation, these numbers could change too from the time of making this video. Each step is about moving closer to securing that link. All right. Yeah. Okay. So say you came to agreement, came to an agreed price. Now it's time to write the guest post, right? Always focus on quality and engagement. Um, so here's what you keep in mind as you write. So understand your audience, dive into what interests the site's readers. Your post should resonate with them and add to their experience. For example, if it's an interior design blog and you want it to link to your curtain brand, um, you have to understand that the audience is our interior design blog readers, right? So interior designers or people studying interior design, people interested in interior design. So you have to write the guest post with that in mind. Provide unique insights, offer fresh perspectives. Keep it engaging, keep a friendly and approachable tone, right? A well-crafted guest post can do more than just earn you a link. It can establish you as a thought leader niche. So take your time to get it right. Okay. Um, okay. Title and description. Starting with a clear title and detailed description can make it much easier. So guest posts are usually from between 500 to 1,000 words. So um, let's say here's an example. So first you have to define your target. So let's say if your target is a page about sheer curtains, like a sheer curtains collection page on curtainshop.com, your title should directly relate to that, right? Um, then you can use AI for ideas. So you can prompt if you want to promote sheer curtains, you might ask for titles here. And I have a sample AI prompt here. So I have an e-commerce website that sells sheer curtains, and I want to build a link from an interior design blog, right? Blah 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 blah, and then it'll give you ideas. So let's go through that example. So this is the URL that I want to target, and I want to make a title and description, right? And eventually a guest post. So the guest post has to be about sheer curtains and provide value for the audience in the interior design blog. So I use ChatGPT like I suggested here, and we have the following output, right? So it gives the suggested title and the description of the guest post, right? So here's 3, right? Um, AI, AI is like you have to wrestle with AI sometimes, right? It doesn't always give you exactly what you want, so you have to refine it. But for example, from these 3, I like the choosing sheer curtains for privacy and style, right? So it has the sheer curtains keyword on the title, which is important, and it's related to the interior design blog that this guest post is going to be in. So then proceed to write the guest post. An anchor would be sheer curtains like these, right? And it would link to your collection page. Once you've fine-tuned your title and description, then you can write the guest post out, and it'll be much easier since you have that ironed out, right? Okay, so writing the guest post. The following principles when writing guest post: incorporate the target keyword, ideally near the beginning of the title to maximize SEO impact. Remember that. Adhere to writing best practices, grammar, style coherence. Um, it's if it should be easily readable by humans, then it'll be easily readable by search engines, right? Use keywords wisely in headings. So if your post includes multiple headings, try to include the keyword where it fits naturally. Um, Always prioritize being natural, right? Yes, if it has a bunch of headings and if the headings have your target keyword, which is sheer curtains, that would be great. But if it's not natural, it's you could that's risky. So let's not do that, right? Keep it natural. Content length, so 600 to 1,200 words, 500 to 1,000, something like that. But 600 to 1,200 words is good. Sorry, I need to edit above. I think it currently says 500 to 1,000 in the earlier slide, but I'll fix that later. So unless, of course, the host specifies otherwise. So sometimes they'll want you to write a longer article, but they won't have you pay any publishing fees, right? So sometimes they really just want good content, in which case you got to give it to them, right? Because it's going to be a free link if they like it. Okay, anchor placement. So embed your anchor text naturally within the content, in a relevant sentence and closer to the top of the post, right? You don't want it in an awkward spot, an isolated section. And I have some examples here. So this is a good anchor placement, right? It's near the top. It's in a relevant section. Bad would be check out Sheerkins here. I mean, it's not horrible. Some sites require that the anchor is only here, especially if you're doing link inserts, which we'll get into later. But this is not as good as this. Okay. All right. So let's collapse that. So once again, always stay natural. You get caught up in the technical aspects, but um, remember the technical aspects. Remember the things you want for the SEO to be good. But staying natural, it um, has to always be remembered, right? Like aim for seamless integration of SEO elements that enhances and not undermines the quality of your post. So, and I have a link here to a finished guest post for you guys to check out, right? Just as a good example. You can use that and work with AI with that example too, if you like. Give it as an example to ChatGPT or something. Next, a quick note on choosing anchors. So, huh, uh, so you want to use good anchors. For example, in our example, sending a link or making a link to a sheer curtains collection page. So the anchor, we want to include the word sheer curtains, right? You want to send good signals, but you also don't want to over optimize, right? So you want to balance exact matches and diversity. So an exact match, anchors that are exactly the same as your target keyword. So if the target keyword is sheer curtains, that's the exact match, sheer curtains. If every backlink uses sheer curtains, it might raise red flags with search engines as it appears unnatural. So you can always add, like in my example in the guest post, with sheer curtains like this, or add another word to make it a partial match rather than an exact match. And you can use synonyms. Synonyms of sheer, for example, can be used. Um, and here are the different types of anchor text to use. So exact is like I explained, it's exactly the target keyword. Partial, it includes any word from the keyword, but can also refer to anchors that add to it, like sheer curtains like this. URL is the URL. You can also use this. This is still a good link. Brand, so curtain shop in our example. Topic anchors, so home decor, room curtains, home interiors. Those are still okay. Less relevant signals, but still good. Miscellaneous, like click here. Title, which is the title of the of you know of the page you're linking to. So if this was the page you're linking to, you could use this. Or if the page you're linking to is sheer curtains collection page, I guess that would be the example here. Sheer curtains collection page, though that can also be considered a partial, right? And yeah, like images or icons are also links. So you want to diversify your anchors. You want to have mostly partials, right? Very few exacts, maybe on like really good sites that you want to link to, you use one exact, right? But lean mostly on partials, URLs, and miscellaneous, I would say. But to determine the best mix, you analyze the backlink profiles of your top 3 competitors. That's how you can really be safe. You don't want a black sheep and stick out like a sore thumb. Everyone's using miscellaneous anchors, and you're the only one doing partial anchors. Yeah, you stick out like a sore thumb. Sore thumb. I'm not saying you will get penalized, but better safe than sorry, right? So this analysis will help you understand the effective anchor text ratio to diversify your own anchors appropriately. On the first few months of link building, though, you can be really safe. Yeah, you're still going to be really safe by just using partials first, right? And then you can optimize later on as you start to get to your 6 month, 7th month, right? Then it starts to become a little scary if you're sending the same kind of anchor to that page throughout the year, and your competitors aren't doing the same, right? So you want to mirror a natural backlink profile, basically. All right, final checks. Your guest post is out there. What do you need to check once it's live? Check that it's a do follow link. Make sure the link is contextual, right? It fits in a good sentence. It's not sticking out. Review the post, right? Make sure it's how you made it. If there were changes, make sure you're okay with the changes. And now just repeat this process: crafting, sending guest posts, building links. Um, and before you know it, your backlink profile is going to be great. And it'll continue to improve your SEO. All right. So what are niche edits or link inserts? So they're similar to guest posts in that it's on other sites and it's linking back to you. But guest posts involve writing new content. Link inserts involve adding a link to an existing page on a host site, right? So if you find a site that's open to guest posting and maybe link inserts, you want to look for existing articles that are relevant to your content on their page, on their site, and then you ask for an insertion, right? So ideally, the page that they already have is not only relevant but also has some traffic, and that would be a really good link if that page of theirs has traffic already. And then yeah, you request, you ask them if you can add that, and most of the time they'll ask for uh, a fee. So pros of link inserts: immediate impact. Since the content is already indexed and ranking, link inserts can pass valuable link juice and boost your SEO more quickly than new guest posts, right? Um, it's aged, right? So it's going to be a more powerful link than a new guest post, which can take time. Efficiency, so it's faster because you're leveraging existing content rather than creating something new. Like I said, best practices: target pages with traffic. Oh yeah, and don't overdo it. Balance link inserts with guest posts too, right? Um, incorporating link inserts into your strategy. So if how do you incorporate this? When you reach out, all you have to do is in the negotiation process, ask about link inserts, right? Or check their site if they have content that you want to have that you want to add a link to your own site, and then negotiate for link inserts. If you don't find anything, then do the guest post. But if you do, yeah, ask if you can just do a link insert instead. All right. Yeah, and this should power up your off-page strategy. Putting in link inserts. Link inserts are great, guys. So yeah. All right, and now you're done. You've navigated the basics of targeting for guest posts and link inserts. You've learned how to find high quality sites that can link to your targets. You've learned about crafting, negotiating, and placing guest posts. And now you know how to build guest posts and link inserts, which will be a great part of any off-page SEO strategy. Yeah, so I'd recommend you guys start trying it out now. Keep tweaking and improving as you try things. You can always reach out to Miko or me, or use the community to see how others are doing, and we'll reply. Stick with it, and you're gonna see some serious SEO gains. Um, if you guys don't want to do this yourself, if you guys don't want to do this off-page process yourself, then you can reach out to us. We can do it for you. We offer tailored packages um, dedicated to building strong, effective links And obviously our main product is an all done for you program for your Shopify brand, but we also can just take care of your backlinks if you like. So drop an email at Nadine at 607 Media. Message us there, or even reach out to us in the community, and we'll reply to you. Right? Okay, so that's a wrap. You know what to do. So it's exciting to start to know how the whole off-page SEO process for Shopify works, right? And now that we covered this, we can move on to the other parts of the course. All right, guys. Well, thank you and congratulations on finishing this part of the course. See you guys around. Hi, everyone. Okay, so this is a guide for the HARO strategy, which is a backlink strategy for Shopify brands. So HARO means help a reporter out. Um, and I'm going to explain uh, what it is, why we do this, how to do this, basically everything you need to know so you can get some of these good backlinks to your Shopify brand. All right, you guys know I'm Chris, you know Miko, so I'm going to jump straight into what it is. All right, so this is the complete guide to HARO, which is now called Connectively, by the way. So Connectively is the new home of HARO. Um, uh, it's a website. You sign up and to get access to the platform. And basically, it's a platform that bridges the gap between journalists and expert sources. Okay, it offers business opportunities for media coverage and high quality backlinks. Basically, that means so the journalists are the potential backlink opportunities, and you guys are the expert sources. Your brand, you the representative of your brand, you guys are the experts um, for your brand's niche, right? How does it work? Well, um, journalists give out queries. They put out these questions. You look through them, and you, as experts, will respond to the relevant queries. And if your answer gets chosen, if it is of value to the journalists, they will choose it, and you get featured on their article or on the site that they're on. And that often means a really good backlink to your brand, to your site, right? Okay, wait. So quick example. So I've been using a curtain Shopify brand as an example. So let's stick with that. Imagine you run a curtain Shopify brand, and you see on the Connectively platform, a journalist is writing an article about interior design and asks for expert opinions on the best type of curtains for different rooms. That's something you can definitely answer. That's your feedback will be very valuable to the journalist. So you answer that, you craft a good response, you respond to their expertise, and the journalist likes it, features you in the article, and you earn a valuable backlink to your site. That's how it works, right? Okay, so but why do this type of link building? Why can't we just do the other ways? Why can't we just follow the other ways to get backlinks? Not every journalist will be from a really big media site, but some of them are. You know, um, you know, you, when you do this strategy, you'll get a chance to secure those really high authority backlinks from those media sources. Um, but even if you don't, you're going to get a bunch of links, even if it's not from really, really high authority media sources. You're going to get a bunch of links from those sites, which will still be really valuable. So the other thing is increased visibility. So if you're featured on a media source, on a media site, um, you will get like real visibility and credibility in the real world, right? Because if you get featured in those high authority sites, it looks really good for your brand. It looks really good for you as an expert. But this is also really good for SEO, as we discussed in the other parts of the course. Um, the search engines will also see you have credibility, that your site has credibility when you get these backlinks. Okay, number three, like I said, low cost. So there are some fees to using Connectively. They are pretty small compared to the potential exposure on major media sites. So yeah, it's there's a cost, but it's low cost, right? But the biggest investment is the time you put in or your team member who's assigned to doing this. So it's a time that you or your team spends on responding to queries, basically. That's the main investment. All right. So now, how to do HARO. I should put how to do HARO slash connectively. I think that would make more sense. So I'll update that for you guys. No worries. Okay, so how to do HARO slash connectively. So first, you got to set it up. It's pretty straightforward, but I'm going to go through the steps with you guys here and highlight the most important parts. You sign up and verify your email, right? You go to the website, which is here, right? So this is it. This is the one, and you sign up. Um, you'll be emailed the verification link. Standard stuff, basically. Create your account. Here you want to choose that you're a subject matter expert. You click continue and you get started. So this step, fill out your profile. You basically have to complete all the necessary fields, but do take your time on this step because this is it. This is um, the journalist might be reading your bio, so it's a chance for you to show them that you know your stuff about your specific topic or and related topics, right? Um, so don't just stick. So say if you're a curtain brand, you obviously have an expertise on curtains, but do talk about your expertise on related topics like interior design, right? Interior design and things like that. Home improvement, right? Because you do have an expertise on that because it's a related topic. The more comprehensive your profile, the better chances of it getting noticed and better chances of the journalist choosing you when you send your pitch. For the plan you choose, it's up to you. By the time you see this video, maybe the plans have changed. I don't know, but start with a light or free plan, and you'll be putting in credits as you find more and more queries, so you can just kind of see how this strategy works for your brand. Because this strategy is a good one, but depending on your niche, it may not be very helpful. You might not find so many queries related to your niche, and that's okay. There's lots of other ways to build backlinks, right? But if your niche does benefit from this strategy, I'd say go hard on it. Really milk this thing. So yeah, and that's basically setting up your account. So how do you prospect or hunt for queries? Okay, so it's time to go hunting now, right? So step one, narrow down the search. So this is a screenshot of um, how the platform's gonna look connectively. You want to use the filters as much as you can because there are so many queries. You want to filter it down. Find the queries that matter to you. You can put deadline limits, but I wouldn't recommend that. Basically, put limits on the topics, I would say, and maybe the date posted, because if it's been posted for a while, um, there's a less chance of securing it because the journalists have gotten other answers to it, but you could still reach out to them anyway, right? But yeah, I would strongly suggest using the filters, especially the ones related to your topic, the topic filters. Next, browse all the questions. After you apply some filters, it's just basically the grinding work of going through the queries. Um, go through each page. If it's relevant, then save it. Um, So when you find something that's relevant and that's a great fit for your e-commerce expertise, just click it to get the details. Yeah, this is a screenshot of how it's going to look, right? You get the query description and the deadline and the related topics, right? So what we like to do at this point is we check the domain rating or the authority score, depending on what tool you use. So what we if you use Ahrefs, that's domain rating. If you use SEMrush, that's the authority score. And we have a link here to the free web tool of Ahrefs, which just gives you the domain rating. If you want to do that, you can also use SEMrush to find its authority score. The point here is that if the query is coming from a site that is very very small or not that big yet, so it has a lower DR or lower AS, then you might want to consider not answering it, right, to save time. But if it's a high DR, high AS, go for it, right? So we have some rules here. So even if the site, the website has a lower DR, a lower AS, but if it's really relevant, we will often answer the query anyway, because that's still a good backlink to us, right? Relevance, even if it doesn't have power, relevance is good. We also have a rule that if the query is anonymous but relevant, we pitch out anyway, because they won't always give the details of their media or news outlet, right? Sometimes they won't put that there, but reach out anyway if it's relevant. That's what I would say. That's how we've been doing it. All right, now that you've found queries, you'll want to respond in a way that appeals to the journalists, right? This will increase your likelihood of landing that link. So you can click the bookmark icon on the upper right to save the query for later, or hit pitch if you want to, you know, respond right away. Depends on if you're just kind of like going through and saving the queries and you're just going to answer them all later on, or if you're just going to find something relevant and answer right away. Depends on how you like to do it. Um, Next is research and format the answers. Research the topic well. Obviously your response has to be knowledgeable and credible, and make the formatting good. Use like bold words and phrases that are important. The goal here is you want the answer to be easily readable by the journalist. So they're receiving lots of other responses, so you want yours to be readable. So bold, specific words, use bullet points if you can, make it easy for them to see, you know, to understand your answer right away. Um, because anyway, they're going to reach out to you for more info if they need it, right? But you want it to be easily readable, easily understandable, and of value. Once submitted, pitches can no longer be edited, so you can only view them on your dashboard. So remember that. Yeah, I like this. Just remember this, guys. Make it easy for them to say yes. Easier said than done, obviously, but still good to remember. All right, step 3, include a short bio in your answers. Basically, have it saved in another notes file or another Google Docs. You can easily copy paste. But here's an example of a bio, and you could the slides will have an example of the bio, and then you can just based on that. Basically, it's two paragraphs max. One is better. It has all the explanation. It has a good explanation of why you're an expert in your specific topic. All right, so here's some tips for researching answers. Sometimes you'll have to do additional research. Um, Even if you're an expert already, or your team member who's uh, drafting the answers maybe to the queries will need to conduct research, and that's totally fine. And here's some tips. I mean, they're pretty straightforward, but it's worth mentioning. So googling the answer using Google for research is good. It'll help you kind of give you an overview of what answer you can form for the query. Just don't solely rely on Google, because you know the reporters, the journalists, they could have Googled it too, right? But that's not what they want. They don't want an answer that can be easily answered by Google. They want something from an expert. So start with Google, but don't end there. Explore Quora, YouTube, right? There's a lot of expert advice there. Obviously, you have to, vet the channels, vet the people answering, and just use it to get more insights that you wouldn't find from a simple Google search. Use it to help remember certain experiences you could have had. So, expert advice. Well, when an expert gives advice, it can also be personal or related to their experience, and it becomes even more valuable because that's not something you can copy from Google. Next, dive into Reddit. Reddit, obviously, lots of topics, lots of perspectives, and kind of give you a feel for what people think about something, and that can help influence on how you're going to craft your answer, right? Um, yeah, uh, this is important. Focus on the human touch, right? Especially with AI now, expertise needs that human touch. Like I said, related to experience, to something to an event that happened related to the query. The human touch is really really important. All right. Next is tracking. So there's going to be there's going to be tons of queries, and you have to track your work, because you also want to see if this strategy is working for you. You want to see how many things you've answered, and if it's landing any links, and you can reiterate, you can improve, you can see where the problem is, basically, if it's not working, right? So pretty straightforward. Use spreadsheets. Here are the list of columns we use, and that's a screenshot. Go ahead and copy it. Organize your pitches. Keep a separate file or folder for all your pitches. That way you can just access them, and you can link to them on your sheet, right? You can put the links to those pitches on your sheet, and just update your spreadsheet every time you hunt, every time you respond to queries. So you can see your progress, right? You can see that, oh, out of 20 queries I respond to, I'm getting 2 positive replies. Out of the 2 positive replies, I'm getting 1 closed link. So that's your number. If that's consistent, then you know that you should, scale this this backlink strategy, have 2 people, 3 people working on it, or have one person just do 100 queries, or as many as they can, right, to make the most of this strategy. But you can only come to that decision from tracking it. So that's why tracking is important. Okay, lastly, stay alert for the journalist responses, right? Common sense. Just be ready for the journalist to respond. So when the journalist accepts your pitch, you'll get notified bi-connectively via email. So keep a lookout in your email inbox. Set a reminder every day to check for that. And also, if a journalist wants to reach out or ask for more info, they'll do that through email as well. So yeah, just keep an eye out on your email, or the email that you've given connectively. Yeah, what tends to happen with the positive replies, they ask for more info, they give more questions, and then they'll ask you to give longer answers, more detailed answers, and they'll ask for pictures, basically, which is a great sign. Just try to respond as soon as you can before the deadline, and yeah, that should get you featured, basically. Yeah, so we share all our secrets on backlink building, including with this strategy. But if you need help, if you want to outsource that to us, we also do that. So yeah, just reminding you guys, if you're interested, you can send an email to Nadine at 607 Media, and we can take care of the backlink process for you, and you can just focus on the other aspects of your Shopify brand. And that's it. That's the HARO connectively backlink strategy. You follow these steps, and you should be getting some awesome backlinks from media sites to your brand. If you have any questions, just reach out to me or Miko or anyone from the team in the community. We always try to respond as soon as we can. Yeah, and thanks for watching this, guys. Okay, see ya.
And that's everything you need to know to scale your Shopify store's revenue with SEO. This is the exact same process we use at our agency to get our clients amazing results. So there's no reason you can't get the same amazing results as long as you follow this exact playbook. If you need any support at all, I recommend you join our Shopify SEO Mastermind. It's a school community where you can ask any of your questions, and you can get them answered by any of the community members, by me. I'm very active on this community as well. We even have weekly Shopify SEO Q&As on Wednesday. So if you have any question at all, you can just hop on and ask your question there, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. But yeah, I hope this video was helpful, was valuable, was insightful. If you found it helpful, please leave a like, share this video to people who you might think will benefit from learning a little bit about Shopify SEO. But yeah, that's it for now. Thanks for watching. Cheers.